Okie dokie. Can I remember how this works? Can I remember how this button works? Let's see. Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, good morning. Hope we're all well. Got a little bit of tinkering to do. A little bit of concentration to burn in WoW today, so I thought I'd throw the stream up. I've been taking it easy the last few days. Combination of some IRL stuff that came up. A little bit of Factorio in the background. A little bit of a just need for an extra few days of just like not doing anything. I've bust my back. You know you're getting old when you break your back. My lower back is really basically seized up. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. But that's made sitting at my desk for 12 hours a day not quite as comfortable. I wonder if it's symptomatic. Who would have guessed, right? But we got some concentration to burn. Logged on to WoW this morning to have a little poke about and realised I haven't burnt all of my concentration for days. And I'm capped, so I need to go through my tunes, have a little bit of a poke about. There's some news. We have a new PTR. So while I'm not going to jump on the PTR today, we might have a little bit of a look at some of the news. There is profession-related stuff that could be interesting. We're getting a spec rechange. A profession spec rechange by the looks of things. There's no details on it yet, but there's rumours afoot. They've kind of slipped it into the patch notes without actually saying it's a thing. So I guess we'll have to wait and explore that a little bit. But yeah, I'm just gonna have a bit of a tinker, a little potter around, see what's up in WoW. I know they've been jacked up the entire 20th anniversary tokens, bronze tokens business. So it might be worth doing some time walking dungeons, level a few tunes, get some of those, get the tier sets out of the way. We'll see. Welcome back. I've been pestering Zanzafall the whole week. I suspect he could use a break. No, he's got youth on his side. He just keeps going. He's a Duracell bunny. He just keeps going. I'm sure he loves it. Welcome in, though. Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. I have coffee cooking. I am in dire need of coffee this morning. Absolute dire need of coffee. A guild order? Oh, the inscribed rolling pin. I'm on the wrong tunes to fill guild orders. I'm on the wrong tunes for the guild orders. I have noticed, though, people in the guild are keeping to the rules nicely. They're keeping to the rules very nicely. I've not had to intervene too much with any orders, which is nice. That's a big old list of orders. There's a couple of, annoyingly, there's a couple of augment runes on recipes I don't have. Typical. The new zone is a no-fly zone, apparently, which is a good change in my opinion. Yeah, I want to investigate the new zone a little bit. It's, it seems to me, it feels very much like a complete and utter copy-paste of the Timeless Isle, in a way. There's almost too many similarities, like a new ring, a 0.7 ring. Who would have saw that coming? Like, you know, it's literally complete copy paste. I hope they don't. I hope they don't go too far with the just copy paste content, honestly. But that was my biggest issue with the Emerald Dream, is that it felt exactly that 10.2 felt exactly the same as 10.1. I bet you've been playing Factorio all week long. I would have loved to have been playing Factorio all week long. I can't lie, I've definitely played it a bit. But I'm not even on new planets yet. I've been getting the homelands ready and prepared. We may have a little look at Factorio in a bit as well, if those of you are interested, at least. Almost didn't recognise you. Welcome back. Good morning, Chalita. Good morning. Good morning. Look, I take A few days off. Few days off. To be fair, it's Friday now, isn't it? Is it Friday? Yeah, it's Friday. Starting back on a Friday, weird. But I was in WoW. Like, if I'm gonna sit here for a few hours and play WoW, I might as well chat to you guys while I do it. There's no reason to not. So yeah, it just makes sense to me. Oh, mirror powders. Multicraft is getting a nerf as well, by the way. Multicraft's getting a nerf in their buffing resourcefulness. This is going to both please and frustrate all the goblins out there, as it's going to single-handedly completely switcheroo everybody's understanding of the stats. There's going to be... Luckily, what a lot of people clearly haven't realised, but luckily in Craft Sim is it's quite easy to change profit calculation points somewhere. Or it was. Where's it gone? Hello? Where's the multi-craft? Oh, okay. In fact, there isn't a generic multi-craft multiplier anymore. Okay, that's going to have to require Genji to go through it and tweak it all. Anyway, the TLDR is multi-craft is being nerfed and resourcefulness is being buffed to bring the two closer together. I'm not entirely sure why that was really necessary, considering not everywhere can you use multi-craft, and it's actually going to make the choice more confusing for people. People have only just, after the entirety of Dragonflight and a little bit of the War Within, players have mostly started to understand that if you can multi-craft something, stack multi-craft because it's the best stat. There's been this constant, flipping between is ingenuity or is resourcefulness better for you? And it's kind of situational depending on where you're using it. But they're buffing the amount of resources that are refunded with resourcefulness, and they're nerfing the amount of bonus freebies you get when multi-craft procs to bring the two power levels closer in line. But is the buff to resourcefulness going to make ingenuity even worse? It's making the choice different and weird again, and I'm sure we'll have to poke around and play around. And it's a maths thing, right? The best stat is the one that mathematically makes you the most gold, so we'll see. Actually fucks over the leatherworking profession even more. Yeah, probably. Probably. The balancing of the... Being able to make quality 3 stuff with quality 2 mats is the biggest problem with leatherworking, though, more than anything. That's literally what's screwing everything. That's screwing the pooch pretty hard. Right, let's get this lot sent over. Let's, did I do my books this week? Looks like I did do my books this week. It would say on here, wouldn't it? Not doing treasures. Treasures can jog on. Alright, let's jump on to the next dude. Free respec with it, as far as I understand. Yeah, there seems to be something. The patch notes indicate that there's a free respec on your profession, or a respec option. In fact, no. Let's be really careful here. Let's quote it exactly how it was worded, so we don't misrepresent anything here. We'll go through all of this in a bit more detail, and I might even need to put a video together about some of this. This is Wowhead's post, which yeah, okay. Pairing with the release of the specialization respec option. That's all we know so far, I believe, unless anybody's jumped on there and dug into this in a little bit more detail. But that's pretty much all we know, that there is going to be some respec option for your specialization. They're doing something. They're listening. They're doing something. Yeah, about as vague as you can possibly get, to be honest. Been trying to figure out if a fourth tool for dual crafting with the main stat multi-craft with the ingenuity enchant was necessary with these changes. I guess not. let's think about this. Well, where multicraft exists, it's still going to be the best. Let's not forget this isn't changing the order in any way. It's just bringing the difference between them closer. Multicraft is still going to be the best thing to stack. Multicraft with resourcefulness might still be the play, even on concentration builds for dual crafting, because I think the best concentration refund you can get is 50% with JC. This is the thing. It's situational for everyone. It's slightly situational. Let me grab my coffee and then we can think. They haven't touched ingenuity. Yeah, by not touching it, it stays exactly the same. But like, if they are buffing resourcefulness, the average percent of reagents returned on a resourcefulness crit is increased by 50%. So resourcefulness is definitely being buffed. And if they're buffing resourcefulness, then that is going to make the delta between ingenuity and resourcefulness greater, which will make that question simpler. Is ingenuity a good value for concentration builds if the return value is 100%? Or is multi the better option? Multicraft is always the best option when the option presents itself. But the one place where you can't multicraft is enchanting. And secondly, with enchanting, you can get 100% refund on an ingenuity proc. So for enchanting, ingenuity, yeah, without question. Stack ingenuity if you're going for a concentration build. Then probably have yourself a second tool stacked 100% resourcefulness for if you're mass crafting any enchants or filling work orders or something. How do you know if the multicraft resourcefulness proc is a crit or not? Can you please explain? Oh, it's just the way that they described them. Multicraft and resourcefulness, they act as crits. It's a critical craft. It's the same concept, is that you have crafted something and it's considered a bonus. When you crit, you do bonus damage. They're just using terminology that people understand from the rest of the game. People understand what a critical hit is. This is a critical craft. A critical craft triggers multi-craft, and that's the critical effect. It's not that you have normal multi-crafts and critical multi-crafts. Yeah, in a way, they've kind of, by using the word crit. Proc would probably have been a better word, like in terminology that sort of fits crafting. When a multi-craft procs, it would have probably been a better word to use, but it depends who wrote this. Developers note on this, whilst multi-craft and resourcefulness have their own niche, it's generally the case that point-for-point multi-craft can provide significantly more value than the other crafting and gathering stats. Conversely, resourcefulness provides significantly less value than other crafting and gathering stats. The above change should bring these two stats closer in value to the other stats, with the intention that it becomes a more interesting choice which stats to pursue. Now, I often disagree with Blizzard devs on this sort of stuff because I don't know if I agree. I don't agree if it becomes a more interesting choice which to pursue. I don't believe it is, because you are basically never going to be put in a position where resourcefulness outweighs multicraft. Unless, for whatever reason, you can get significantly more resourcefulness than you can multicraft. When it's still not going to change the fact that if you can multicraft, you should do it. It's like, because multicraft creates free things. The best resourcefulness could do, if you had the ultimate resourcefulness proc and it gave you all your materials back, that's still only one free item. Multicraft gives you one free item as its baseline. Multicraft is always going to be better. So it's not a more interesting choice when you understand how and what these two things actually do. Giving you something for free is always going to be better than giving you some of what you spent back. Unless it starts giving you more than 100% of your materials back, which would be weird and wacky, and it never does. The only interesting choice is, let's say you were able to build 20% multicraft, but you were able to build 40% resourcefulness. Is the significant difference in those two proc chances enough to make resourcefulness more interesting to you or not? I don't know. But that it doesn't happen. You generally tend to take one stat or you take the other. You're not usually building both of them. It's weird. It's weird. I don't really see the need for this. I'm not sure why they've decided to fix this. The only thing it does is it kind of is a safety barrier. It means if you quote unquote get it wrong, then you're not as wrong as you were before, right? So let's say with jewel crafting, for example, jewel crafting, a profession that benefits really well from multicraft, because the gems are quite expensive to begin with, and if you multicraft on a gem, then you're getting multiple like freebies of quite valuable items. So that becomes very profitable very quickly. If you were, for some reason, to have spec'd heavily into resourcefulness on enchanting instead, today you've shot yourself in the foot pretty hard. You're leaving gold on the table, to use a stinky marketing phrase. You're leaving a lot of gold on the table. Your choice to spec into resourcefulness may be a bad one. Bringing multicraft and resourcefulness closer together kind of means that if you fully spec for resourcefulness but you make a few gems, then it's not the worst case scenario. You still won't be optimal, you still won't be min-maxed on profits, but you won't be as far behind as you were before. The reality is, though, is that's not how these markets work. It's not how the markets work. We're already in a position where mass producing anything at quality 3 basically not worth the effort, because there's enough people out there concentration crafting it every day to push the price below what it is to guarantee it all the same. Team NA has taken much longer to catch up with Team EU on this regard, but EU has been in a position now for 4 to 6 weeks where mass producing things at quality 3 is really tough to make profitable, and it's very situational. So this is another one of those kind of things that if they were going to do this, they probably should have done this before the expansion launched. This was the balance pass that should have happened before the expansion launched. Doing it now doesn't really have the effect because the markets have already done what the markets have done. All this does is disrupt things for people. Disrupt things not even on a new major patch, at like the tail end of one patch. Is weird. Can you achieve a rank 3 craft without rank 3 mats and concentration? Leatherworking is the only scenario where you can do that. But under normal circumstances, no. The general rule is if you're guaranteeing something at quality 3, it needs all quality 3 reagents. You need quality 3 mats to make something at quality 3. The only way you can make quality 3 without quality 3 mats is to concentrate when you do it, and you have limited concentration. But all of this just means that people's spreadsheets are going to go a bit wacky, and it'll mean that market prices of things go a little bit wonky for a few days. Secondly, I do worry that there is going to be some goblin shenanigans going on here. such as, I would suspect as of right now, the market price of anything that is produced heavily with multicraft in mind. I'm looking at you, potions, I'm looking at you, gems, I'm looking at you, you know, ciphers, that sort of stuff. Due to multicraft being nerfed, it's going to, the nerf to multicraft is going to increase the per item crafting cost, which will mean that those items have to rise in value. Rise in value on the only assumption that the materials stay the same price. Obviously, if materials dip because more farming, then it might be a +1, -1 situation and nothing moves, but it's weird that they're doing it now. Kind of weird. Twitch Turbo ran out for me, so I'm supporting over on the YouTube side. Golds and my mana, appreciate it all the same. Thank you very much. The price of raw gems has basically tripled since the prospecting nerf. Do you not see that happening with the multicraft nerf? Things are not going to triple in value, no. The prospecting changes were a little bit more heavy-handed, and there is some suspicion by smart people that they're still busted and broken. There's a guy that goes by Licorice. He lurks in my Discord quite a lot, and has historically been very good at maths and very good at breaking all of these systems down fundamentally, who has pointed out that the prospecting changes seem to have fixed some things but broken other things. So prospecting is all over the place right now. It's basically playing gacha game at the moment with prospecting. Do you buy ore and do you prospect it and do you make profit? It's a bit of a gacha game. You either do or you don't. Tracking it is very difficult when they are seemingly making changes behind the scenes. Rep the Twitch boycott. Oh God, are we doing this now? For those on Team YouTube, by the way, give me an indication to if you ever see any ads on Team YouTube. Whilst live, the VOD will contain ads, but I'm not convinced that there's really ads on the YouTube stream when we're live. I can technically choose to turn ads off completely, but that doesn't make too much of a difference because I think YouTube will then just play them anyway. But if you are watching on Team YouTube, let me know when you get ads occasionally, or if you do at all. Not as of yet, but I have premium. Oh well, if you've got YouTube Premium, you're not going to see ads anyway. Literally the bet, like between YouTube Premium and Twitch Turbo, best money I spend every month. Honestly, best money I spend every month. I sometimes, if I wasn't a content creator and I wasn't vastly aware of the fact that ads pays bills, I'd almost completely forget that these platforms have ads. Don't get me wrong, I don't think that having no ads is fair either, but Twitch is literally worse than TV, and it costs more. There's part of me that's considered trying to 100% remove all ads from my YouTube streams, and even videos, believe it or not. There's part of me that's starting to consider, do I turn off monetization on my YouTube channel full stop, in favor of a better viewing experience. I've not decided. Now that, well, see, I can do this for as long as the support via Patreon is strong enough. If the support via Patreon is strong enough, then I don't need to nickel and dime for pennies via ads, you know? Don't you get a small cut from Twitch Turbo if people watch? Yeah. If you have, it's the same with YouTube Premium. If you have YouTube Premium, the creators still get a small slice. So it doesn't adversely affect the creators you using Turbo or Twitch. Turbo is slightly different because Twitch Turbo does naturally mean that there is less likeliness you're going to sub to a stream. I'm convinced, borderline convinced, that 80% of the reason why people sub to anybody on Twitch is to get rid of the ads. You may choose one or two of your favorite content creators maybe to throw them a sub as a means of support, but 99 times out of 100, if you watch a stream occasionally, especially the bigger streamers, the only reason the bigger streamers get subs, I feel, these days is because it gets rid of the ads. And to be fair, the bigger streamers play into this. The bigger streamers are pushing like 10 minutes of ads per hour because they know that it drives subs. So it's a win-win for them. It's weird how that works, but I'm not about that game. Far too much like hard work, honestly, trying to balance all of that. Right, who we got here? Blacksmithing and enchanting. Let's do blacksmithing first. My god, we're in triple digits for blacksmithing. Sheesh. So if you now craft a lot of materials with tailoring and then bank them all until the next patch, you win. Yeah, this is a question that I have asked myself. I also, my goblin brain also said the same thing. It's like, well, if they're going to change the multi-craft, but they haven't yet, how about I just craft a bunch of shit now? That means I will have got those items at a cheaper cost than they will be. Obviously, that does depend on, you're still subject to material changes, but...
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
The lurking snail, thank you for the prime, I appreciate it. Getting ads reminds me to resub, indeed. Indeed. Indeedy do. One? No, that's not right. What's going on here? Guild order on a charged crusher. There's loads of guild orders that I can't fill. I feel bad for guildies. I need to up my game and fill these orders. Don't forget the materials for enchanters will go up because of the tailoring nerf. Where's the direction for that? Is it due to disenchanting braces? Yeah, I think that would probably happen if the nerf was maybe. Mathematically, you're correct, yeah. I'm not sure how much of an actual effect that will have, though. Oh, do we not have mats for this one? I'm missing a bunch of mats. All of these blacksmithing orders don't seem to be outrageously expensive to fill. I might actually do some of these if I'm missing stuff. Oh, was it literally core alloys I was missing? Keep forgetting the weekly quest before doing the patron orders. The very first thing I do on a Wednesday is log on and pick up those quests, so I don't do exactly that. Oh, hang on, what's going on with my stream? Why is it flicking? Are we good? We're saved? We're good. Don't know what's going on here. Okay, now this window doesn't seem to want to work properly. UK TV license is approximately £14 a month.
Let's
Twitch
make
Turbo
sweet,
is
sweet
£12 a
profit
month.
together.
Do you really think Twitch delivers the same value as the TV license? Well, it depends. The amount of hours I sit and watch Twitch every month compared to broadcast TV. Fun fact, I don't have broadcast TV at all. Not even in the slightest. Now, obviously, I don't live in the UK anymore, but, you know, similar concept. There's still the same suite of, like, BBC equivalent channels and whatever. I don't have an aerial, I don't have a satellite, I don't have nothing. I don't have basic TV at all. Haven't for about 2 years now. I would genuinely 100%, like, if I'd be one of those people in the UK that would flat out refuse to pay a TV license because I don't consume any of the service that they provide in any fashion. And I think BBC iPlayer trying to get you to pay for a TV license for BBC iPlayer is fraud, in my opinion. Actual fraud. You provide it on a website for free. You then can't start knocking on a door for a TV license. That's fraud, in my opinion. You can't start charging somebody for a service that you advertise as free. Right, this is broken somehow. Now says there isn't any patron orders. Okay, this tune is broken. What do you spend concentration on for blacksmithing? Alloys. Always alloys. Charged or iron claw alloys. Nearly every time. What would be your take on the token price? How is it possible it's dropped to 252k in the EU about 12 hours after the Brutto release? It's like a pendulum. The token price will always swing like that. The token price will always swing. When it swings in one direction and the token price goes really high, it becomes really attractive for people to take their credit card out and swipe, even if they don't need gold. But if you are that kind of player that occasionally, once or twice, you know, once or twice every expansion, or even more, maybe even as much as like once or twice a month, if you are the kind of player that routinely swipes to get your gold, then when you see the price, when you see the amount of gold that you can get double overnight, even if you don't need gold, you're like, okay, well, I'll swipe a few times now to get some at that high price. The Brutto caused a huge amount of people to want to cash out their gold all at one time, but that was a one-time thing. When they'd done it, they weren't going to do it again, so the token was going to then, the pendulum was going to swing aggressively in the other direction. Plus, now I know we always talk about how the token doesn't create any gold, but there is creative accounting behind the scenes with the token, so it's not perfect, such as the fact that tokens sell in order, but Blizzard gives you a guaranteed price for your token when you list it, not when it sells. This is for those people who have ever actually swiped and bought a token. You get the token and you have to go sell it on the auction house, but you get a guaranteed price when you list it. Now, of course, if it takes 6 to 12 hours for your token to sell, and it's during a massively volatile period of time, the guaranteed price you got for your token may not necessarily be the exact price that somebody paid for that token. So there is some creative accounting that probably balances itself out so that no gold is made or deleted in the process. But it's not as it's not quite as simple as one person buy token, sell it to person two. Blizzard is the middleman. and something goes on behind the scenes there. But it does mean that there's the token's going to act like a pendulum. It's going to swing from one direction. When it swings aggressively in one way, it's going to swing back aggressively the other way. It's just going to take a couple of days to do it. But then it will slowly do that a few times, and then it will balance out in the middle again, usually. We had that problem in Denmark, then they changed it to a media license, and now it became mandatory unless you can prove that you don't have a TV, a radio, a PC, or a mobile phone. Yeah, the UK has the same with their TV license. Finland does it slightly differently. Finland just bakes it into your taxes. You have a broadcasting tax, which on the premise that they call it a tax rather than a license, probably is why there isn't anywhere near as much of that shenanigans here, even by people who it's just a tax that you have to pay. But get fucked. So this country also has a church tax though, which I think is actually mental, unless you can prove that you are not affiliated with the church. I had a talk with somebody the other day. He was absolutely sure that billions of gold was removed from the economy when people bought the new longbow using the in-game gold. Failed to convince him otherwise. Like I said, I believe the maths means that it balances out eventually. It balances out eventually. Like I said, Blizzard has to do some creative accounting to be able to provide people a guaranteed sale price on their token when they list it. Otherwise, it's just, you know... Otherwise, Blizzard has to do it this way because they're dealing with real money. When you take real money and you buy something with real money, the thing that you are offered is stipulated when that transaction happened, whereas obviously the auction house in game is a little bit different because you don't get to set your listing price for your token when you go and sell one. I don't have one to showcase here, but Blizzard has to give you a fixed price for this token, but they equally then can say, well, it could take, I think they even claim it can take up to 24 hours to sell. But they have to give you that fixed price up front. Now, what they go on to actually sell that token for is still subject to the demand of people wanting to buy them with or to trade in their gold. So I'm sure there is some creative accounting, but it works both ways. Like, you know, it works both ways in terms of Blizzard could guarantee a price, and then the price goes the other way and somebody pays more for it. So there could be a small amount of gold created, a small amount of gold removed, which will probably by design. The system, let's get it really clear. The system is designed to not alter the amount of gold. It's just Blizzard acting as a middleman. That's all they do. They facilitate the transaction of gold from this character to that character, and they take their slice. They take their slice of real money. That's the entire reason the system exists. Are we just doing all of these? Screw it, let's do it. Okay, Craft Sim doesn't seem to want to work for my blacksmith for some reason. Oh, because it's saying I don't have the reagents. Well, that's a lie. Because I just went and got those. Or did I buy them from the auction house and then not take them out the mailbox? Okay, that's what I did then. Should we double check I don't need any more? You can only buy a token for gold if somebody bought one for real money, so the transaction will always be pretty close, even if Blizzard guarantees a price and there'll be a small delta. On the other hand, you can always buy tokens for money, even if there is no buyer. If that happens, the token will drop hard and will end up being sold for a lower amount than the buyer got, so there is gold injected into the economy in total. Well, we can't confirm or deny that without the data, but your hypothesis is correct. But without the data, we can't prove it. And Blizzard are never going to give us the data, let's be real. So... I would also point out that in the scale of things, it's pocket change. Like, relative to the amount of gold in the economy already, it's pocket change. Absolutely pocket change. So the overall effect is minimal, regardless. What advice can you have for somebody starting goal making whilst bombarded with do this, do that, do alchemy, no do enchanting, get this TSM string? The easiest way to start without overly stressing is to understand two things. One, gathering is your friend at the beginning, because gathering is the most simplistic and straightforward. There's no magic, there's no wizardry with gathering. You go out, you pick up stuff, and you sell it. Like, the amount of time it takes you to get the stuff, you can try and optimize and be better at if you wish, but the concept is the same. You go out into the open world, you gather shit that people want, and then you sell it to them on the auction house. You will always increase the amount of gold you own by doing that. Second thing to understand is that the professions are often hyper optimized at the top end. But Blizzard has added concentration this time round, meaning you can start making good stuff very quickly with very basic materials. Use add-ons when you think that you might need an add-on to do something. But yeah, the easy answer is start slowly. And if you are looking at, third thing I suppose, is if you're looking at crafting professions and something doesn't look profitable, it's usually because it's not. That sounds crazy, but not the way the crafting systems work is very rarely are things profitable for most people. They're profitable for some people, but those some people have hyper optimized them. This is the thing. This is why, like I said, gathering is your friend when you're getting going and when you're learning. You learn by doing most of the time. You learn by doing, and the more you dive into it, the more you figure stuff out, the more you'll understand. My one piece of final advice, more than anything else, is don't flat out follow a YouTube video and copy it verbatim. If you just straight copy paste a YouTube video, you haven't learned anything. It's like asking ChatGPT to write an essay for you. You've not learned anything. You've not done the process, so you haven't learned anything. You've just taken this thing that worked for somebody, and if it happens to work for you, great, but when it stops working, you won't have learned anything, so you won't know what to do. So don't flat out just copy a YouTube video, which is the biggest mistake people make, because people don't want to learn the stuff, they just want the gold. And if you don't want to learn stuff and you just want the gold, go out and gather stuff, because then you don't have to learn anything. And on that note, are my Patreon orders going to work again? Yes, finally. I bought Radiant Power for my 18 alts just for the long-term aspect. Yeah, a lot of people have picked up a few of the better enchants. It's pretty safe to say that most of the markets that require you to buy a recipe will at the very least last longer. They may not necessarily last forever, but they will last longer than other stuff. As long as you can recuperate your cost quickly, you'll be good. What's the Blizzard balance cap? I believe it's 250 euros, probably 250 pounds, and I think it's $350. I think that's on the requirement that you have authenticators and stuff attached. Oh, is it £200? Okay. Can't remember the exact numbers. Do we make a quick assumption that I'm just going to craft alloys? Somebody asked this a minute ago. I assume we're crafting alloys. Yeah, Craft Sim does look a lot like early versions of TSM from 10 years ago, where TSM had all the individual modules before it could, like, smushed it all into one. I think it was TSM... Was it TSM version 3 or TSM version 4 where they smushed it all into one? Can't remember. Right, charged alloys then. I'm gonna need to make some ingots first, aren't I? Do we make some ingots? I still call them ingots. Do we make some core alloys first? Hang on. Let's pop a... Ooh, knowledge points. Cheeky. Let's pop an ever-burning ignition before we start. Let's get a few of these on the go first. My TSM's getting so bloated. I've got data from back in 2018, but I kind of really don't want to lose all that historical data from 2018, 6 years ago. Sheesh. Yeah, I purge my TSM at the beginning of every expansion. It means I do lose a lot of past info, yeah, but I'm nowhere near as deep into, like, long tail flipping, unfortunately. Hey, Jack, my man, how we doing? Welcome in. You shake that ass. Does TSM really slow down the loading screen time? I feel like it got worse, but still worth it, I guess. There's a handful of add-ons that will affect your load times. I think TSM is quite heavy, yes, but there is a handful of them. It won't just be TSM. TSM, weak auras, all the things, Zygor. There's a bunch of add-ons that are pretty heavy. Bellular did a really good video on this a year ago. He did a video a while ago showcasing which ones were heavier. $204. Can we get that? There's no way to get that under 200, is there? Not with the stats I've got. No. Right, whatever. Did I pop my buff? I did, yeah. Hey, a multi-craft. Yoink. Chancing. Sophic Devotion back in Dragonflight was BIS the whole expansion, so probably. Weapon enchants tend not to change that much. The only reason a weapon enchant ever gets knocked off top spot is if a newer, bigger, shinier weapon enchant gets injected into the game. But even then, it's kind of you'll still get a bunch of people that'll still buy the old one just because it's what they know. Right, what have we got going on in there? Authority of the Depths enchant is probably what I'm looking at doing. Let's just ever so quickly check these. What am I missing to do that one? Are we running low on mats? Running low on spores? Oh, we are running low on spores. Technically need to do these ones, but we made enough gold on the other ones to do them. Probably gives me a bunch of artisan security, which I'm still in vast need for on these tunes because these didn't do any shuffles. And I'm trying to get all professions set up on these fellas. What are we crafting? Now, I'm not sure this dude has the optimal setup here yet. Oh, no, there we go. Now you do. Boom. Now you do. Now we do. Beautiful. And then a frameworks. Oh, I've done all of this and I didn't use my shatter buff, did I? Shatter first. Shatter, vial. What do we say? 2, 2, 3. Forged frameworks on one of those. Are we good? What vibe? Interesting. You're asking me to use the tempered frameworks now, increasing the resourcefulness. Is that because we've? See, I know why it's doing that. That's interesting. I know why it's doing that, and I'm going to agree with it. Wait, hang on. Tempered frameworks. Twos, twos, threes on one of those with one of those. There we go. It's telling me to use the resourcefulness ones, by the way, because it is impacting quite heavily or increasing the amount of chat. Okay. When you have top profit ticked, for example, it will tell me to use the ingenuity one. But does it still not tell me to use the ingenuity one? That's interesting. Why would it not be telling me to... Actually, I think this is not right. Because 10% increased ingenuity...
Is that your wallet?
Maybe it's not... Maybe the enchant has now become cheap enough that proccing more of them is not as valuable. Are we at that stage already? Okay. That's interesting. The profit margins are not seemingly... Okay, that must be very, very close in value. We can get 33 gold per point of concentration. Stacking ingenuity to the hills. But actually pushing towards resourcefulness is right on that threshold by the looks of things. The swapping out to these gives you very, very similar results. Huh. Okay. I'll use the ingenuity one because it's fun to watch it when it's 44%. Ha! Straight off the bat. We get 5 non-procs. Oh, I've got no storm dust left. Shit. There's one non-proc. I need some more storm dust. I should probably check if there's anything else I'm missing while I'm here. We're not exactly doing all that hot and gleaming shards either, are we? Gadget go. I feel as if I'm being less time efficient with the Gilded Boy by not planning as far ahead. Yeah, you could, in a way you could be right. Oh my god, my procs on this character are gross. I still, every time I do need to buy something though, just buy in bulk and then put it in the war bank. I think if you only buy the thing, if you only buy, oh my god, this is actually gross. If you only buy the exact materials you need when you need them, yes, you will be less efficient. Oh my days, how many procs is this now? We've got 9 already. I've done so many, I've run out of flipping.
My directive is to serve you. My thanks for your patronage.
There we go. 2 more. 2 more. Oh, no proc on anything. Fuck. Oh my god, this is actually getting silly now. Ha! 4 in a row! 4 in a row! 5? 5 in a row? Oh, there we go. Sheesh. Oh my god, that's a record. That's actually a record. I got 17 off 1,000 concentration. Fucking hell. Holy profit margins. 16 was my record before this. 17 off 1,000 concentration. Sheesh. For reference, I should only be able to press the button 5 times, I just want to point out. I should have only been able to press the button 5 times with 1,000 concentration. I managed to press it 17 times. There goes my luck for the rest of the day, though. Holy shit. We're not getting any more juice out of that, I can tell you. Squeeze that one dry. Those sort of proc chances are illegal. Let's send those over to be sold. That's all sellable stuff.
I have
Fine with all the
calibrated my
collecting I'm doing, I
prices
don't have
to be
time to make
reasonable.
gold. The collecting stuff can get very, very heavy
My
if you let
directive has
it,
been
but so can
fulfilled.
gold making. Look at, like, I mean, there's not too many public-facing people. I mean, I can count them on pretty much 2 hands, but like, from a streaming perspective at least, like, there's only a handful of people that do gold making as their main thing. But there's always more time you can spend doing it. That if you could find a 25th hour in a day and you had the devotion to it, you could absolutely spend 25 hours a day. This wasn't always the case, and goal making and collecting do kind of go in hand. There is quite a nice synergy there, since the if you do get serious about your collecting, there will come a point where you also have to kind of get quite serious about your goal making too, because you just can't afford all of the stuff you want without it. I think I need a new office chair. You know, I think my back problems would be lesser if I had a proper office chair. This one has kind of run its course for me. I still end up shrimping too often. Right, this dude's got alchemy, but he's so far behind with alchemy, I've never actually really used him for much of anything. But you can still craft a few things from time to time. We can do that one with concentration. Sure. I think the only flask I've learnt is this one. Twos all the way through. Bit of concentrate. Is that? I guess it's neither here nor there. Engineering. I really need to put some time into the professions on this dude. Patron orders. Nice big old list of them. What's that got on it? An unraveled instructions. Is that why that's money? These ones are joke tier expensive. Do those. Barely want to do blacksmithing and engineering. You can technically do them both outside. Blacksmithing, for example, is easy because you've got the anvil outside. So you can do your patron orders from blacksmithing here. You can't craft stuff because there's not a forge here, but there is an anvil at least. So you can do your patron orders out here. The engineering one you can technically get to through this wall if you're in the right place. I haven't quite figured out exactly how to do it though. Secret labs. No, I don't want a gaming chair. The absolute last thing I want is a gaming chair. No disrespect to anybody that's got gaming chairs. That is unless Secret Labs is listening and wants to send me one. That's the only way I'll have one. I sit in this chair for way too long to have a gaming chair. I need like a proper posture controlled office chair. Something that's designed to sit in for a long period of time. Nothing with the word gaming on it. Did I not actually go to the auction house there? Just realised. Came outside to go to the auction house and then didn't. Ergonomic, that's the word I'm looking for. Ergonomic friendly is expensive, but probably better. Well, exactly, yeah. But on the basis that I sit in this chair basically at least 8 hours a day, if not more, I see some value in buying a good chair. HM Aeron is what I have. I've seen that one. I've looked at that. Herman Miller stuff is just actually mental level expensive though. I don't argue that it's probably very good, but they are batshit level crazy expensive. I can't fit a standing desk where my current setup is. My desk is as high as it can go before it starts touching the ceiling already, because there's a sloped roof right in front of me, so I can't really get a standing desk here. I'd have to completely restructure and redesign where my setup is, which I don't particularly want to do because it works well where it is. But yeah, move the setup, you have a huge house. Yeah, I know. It's just everything else is so neatly arranged around it being here. The only other option is I just flip it 180 and put it on that side, because then I could have a desk, but it doesn't quite fit as well. And then it means this area where my desk is now is empty and not doing anything. It's just weird. I have kind of thought about it though. Why is it not working? Oh, I've broken it again. I break this craft queue thing way too easily and I don't know how I do it. Now my whole UI is broken. Standing desk, treadmill, hook it up to the TV so you can afford to turn it on. Hey, look, this is bullying now. Hey, fat shaming. Oh dear. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I have an exercise bike. Maybe I could bring the exercise bike up here instead. We could do a cycling stream. Is there a Tour de France game? Is there we could go on a road trip round, I don't know, the French Alps or something. I'd like to see you in a man-sized
Let's
hamster
make
wheel.
sweet, sweet profit
Power the Blizzard servers, you mean? That's how we do. What the hell is this? Studious Brilliance Expediter. I've literally never seen that. I didn't even know that was a recipe. Good thing I don't have it. Get rid of the dog shit expensive ones. It's now saying I don't have the mats again. This is a big stinky lie. I definitely had the mats. In fact, you know how much I don't care for these. We're just not going to do them. It's flipping engineering. I just don't care. Online cycling is a huge segment. You don't want to know they have races and everything? Wait, what? Hello? What? Online cycling is a huge segment, is it really? Isn't it Nagura? Somebody who uses treadmill whilst playing. Oh, there's a bunch of streamers that have got those like under desk treadmills, yeah, with standing desks. I'm laying in bed. Pass. Well, that's another option. There's one alternative here. There's one other alternative, is that I get a standing desk not to make it go up, but to make it go down. And then I just pull a sofa over. You guys, you probably can't see it very well, but there, it's got blankets and my hoodies and stuff on it though. That's a chair. I've used this before. It's entirely possible, and I have done this before, to play like this. That works, right? But that would need me to be able to drop the desk. I want something ergonomic and pulls over a sofa. Yeah, exactly. That's how we do. Looks more comfy than the chair. Oh, it absolutely is. But then I just need to make the desk lower. What's the minimum height on these standing desks? Maybe that's the play. Maybe that's the play. Now, I know I've just dumpstered on Secret Labs for their chairs, but the Magnus Pro standing desk looks very good. We've looked at this before on stream. This thing genuinely does actually look pretty good. I don't want discounts, go away. I wonder what the minimum height on this is. Mirez has just got that desk. Yeah, he probably got sent it. I think he's got Secret Labs sponsorship. This is this just looks like a very good desk. Check the price. 900 euros. That doesn't scare me. That doesn't scare me for a desk. Regular old standing desk. A dog shit IKEA standing desk is going to be like 500 euros. The fact that this has got all of the cable management and stuff in it as well. I want to know what the minimum height on this is. You can get the attachments to this. Yeah, here we go. That it holds the PC as well off the floor, which intrigues me. The only reason I've not gone standing desks before is because I don't like the style of the legs. But I mean, the RGB is just a kicker, isn't it, really? What's the minimum height? 80. 80 is lower than what my desk is now. I think my desk... I don't know how tall my desk is. I think my desk is 1 meter high right now. But that's tempting. Mirror's built it on stream. No, go away, support. Oh, they do a white one. Oh, now I'm even more intrigued. The white one probably is better. Oh, it goes down to 650. Oh, that's even better. I asked because I know about 10 people who got the standing desk, used it 3 times, then didn't touch it for 5 years. Lazy boy recliner, slide it under. Yeah. Recommends 2 people to build it, by the way. Oh, I'll just get Mrs. Manthias, it's fine. How does this power... Oh, it literally... Okay. I mean, that's handy and all, but... I currently have my power cable running up one of my legs and you can't see it anyway. Yeah, I just kind of think that it's... like I said, weirdly, I don't want a standing desk to go up more. I would want it to go down lower and then come back to normal sitting position. Because then I could pull the sofa over and just like proper lazy chill. Yeah, this is going in the wrong direction, isn't it? I don't need the monitor arms. I've got nice monitor arms for my monitors, and that's only a 2 monitor arm anyway. I'm sure they do a 3 version. Do they do a 3 version, or do you just have to get the 2 and the 1? I guess you have to get the 2 and the 1, don't you? And then I could attach... Could you put one of these on either legs? Because I have 2 PCs. Possibly. A riser? Monitor riser? I need to hit up Secret Labs, don't I, and see if they want to do a deal. That's a Samsung monitor, I can tell. So you could in-game yoga lotus pose. We'll do some downward facing dog. Yeah. The only thing that really attracts me to this more than anything else is it's solid metal, which gives me an indication that it is actually strong. Most of my concern with anything that comes from IKEA, for example, is that it's just flimsy as fuck. You clearly don't get build quality. I would hope that because they charge a premium, it's not totally dog shit. And usually these products are better built when they're newer. Different mats. Okay. It's not a WoW one, though. Get them to do me a custom one. Built-in coffee maker. Yeah, would love some of that. I think it said 120 kg. That's like a fat human. Oh yeah, 120 kg is ridiculous. They do a single, a dual, or the heavy duty. Oh, so if you wanted their monitor arms to do my 3 screens, you'd need a 2 and a 1. I don't know. I'm wondering if it's time for a complete setup rebuild. Because it's one of those things that if you do it properly sort of thing. Oh, whoa, hang on. These don't tuck on the back. They tuck in the... These attach in this middle bit here. What's this back bit then? Is that just a cover? Oh, that's weird. Okay. I thought that was just where the RGB shone through. I didn't realise that that's actually the back. What's this back bit then? Bling lighting, of course. Two sizes. Oh, they do an XL one. Magnus Pro XL. 1770 width. What's mine right now? What's my arm span? I think mine's 1800 wide. Oh, that means I'd need the big one. I'd need the big one. I'm pretty sure my my desk is already 1.8 wide. Can't have a smaller desk. Tempting. I've looked at this twice now. Height, yeah, 650. It goes low as well. Goes low and goes high. Maybe I could make it work. Maybe we could make it work. Alright, let's stop faffing. Let's stop shopping. Size matters. Got to spend that money before the 31st of the 12th. Haha! Thinking alike. Meanwhile, Mrs. Manthis is getting the odd advertisement for standing desks on her phone, thinking, where did this come from? Possibly. Good old cookie tracking. Good old cookie tracking. Is this dude done, though? Are we mostly done on this dude? I don't... Did I not craft anything? I swear I crafted some flasks with this dude. There we go. I did. Ooh, more goodies. Oh, why did I just click on that? That was not what I meant to do. Sure. He's alive. IRL is kind of busy. Equals Factorio. We know. I have played some Factorio. I've not played much WoW. But I've also got a bad back, which is why we've been talking about standing desks. Because I'm aware that my posture is historically pretty terrible. But yes, there has been a little bit of Factorio in my life the last few days. But not as much as I would have liked. Do you want to see the factory? New mod for Factorio, tree X-ray vision. It's awesome. Oh, I just delete all trees. I just, as soon as I've got the ability to, I send my bots out to harvest all the trees. My base at the moment on the default planet is very standardized for any of you that have watched Nilaus on YouTube or even on his stream. I have mostly stolen his base in a book for my initial base, but I've not made it to other planets yet. I wanted to get the main home base, like, beautiful, before we push too far forward. You guys are probably still hearing World of Warcraft in the background. We won't be on Factorio for too long, honestly. But I've made my main base is up and running now. Functional enough to do most research. I have not yet discovered the other planets. I have, though. Doesn't look like the spaghetti promo pictures at all. No. Like I said, it's basically Nilaus's base in a book, just slightly customized occasionally. So we got my original base was over here, which I've recently deleted. Just got rid of it. I have filled this area with solar panels. Recently deleted the original starter base, but now we're making everything. We're making everything that we need to make. I'm upgrading a few. I'm upgrading to factory assembly machines tier 3. There's a few tweaks and adjustments to the mall section to update for. If we go to this view. Things like elevated rails I've put in there. Both versions of the elevated rails. I've prepared and planned and built these now. Few more tweaks. There's the what's this called? The Space Platform Foundation. I've added that in there as well. I've just recently fully unlocked the logistic network. So we're now starting to prepare to go into space. We're making some space-related stuff. I do have Manthe ship and my space science. I haven't built Manthe ship yet. This is going to be my traveling to the different planets ship. Where's the planet view? Why can't we see the space map? How do you see the space map? Have I not? Why can't I see the space map? I don't know. Well, I have my little science base. I've made this now. It's not very effective, but it kind of works. This is giving me some very early science. Not very clever, not very smart, but aesthetically pleasing. Aesthetically pleasing, and it's making me a small amount of science. Went for a city block design. Well, I went for this mostly due to the fact that I usually go bus build anyway. Secondly, Nilaus's base in a book. I can't take credit for the designs on most of this. I just wanted to get this set up and running without it taking me 60 hours, which I've done. So it's only red belt. It's not blue belt yet. It's not fully upgraded. It's not particularly fast. I think we're doing like 100 science a minute. Yeah, we're tracking at about 100 science a minute. So we're able to do bits and pieces. Could make the middle part of the ship longer for reasons. Yes. Yes. We could extend this out here. We're not making a dick ship. We're not making dick ships. We are not. I need to make a new ship that's designed for like going places. This is never going to move. This is just going to make space science. I need to figure out how to extend this and make this bigger. And, you know, two machines making space science is not really going to keep up with production very well. But make the Starforge ship? Yes. Yes, maybe. If you're going to get blueprints from someone, Neilhouse is a great choice. Well, yeah, exactly. This is it. He's hyper-optimized the vanilla version of the game to a degree that it's almost counterproductive to try and do anything else. Because it you know, to use a famous phrase, it just works. And when it just works, there's no point in changing it. A few things I have changed from his default build is his belts. His bus for his belts annoys the living crap out of me because none of these smelters are connected in any way. Meaning if one gets all of the ore and the other doesn't have any of the ore, it completely bricks half of your factory. So I've made some adjustments to the belts to make sure that that doesn't happen. Cross-pollinated the smelteries into the bus a little bit more effectively. It could still do with blue belting, but I don't think I'm going to change this much at all. We've got nuclear up and running now, so I don't have to worry about power over here. This base is basically good now for me to turn around and say, you know what, this is done. We can go to other planets and we can go play on other planets now. And I know that this place is defended. I've boosted my defenses. We've got gun turrets, we've got laser turrets, we've got flamethrowers, crude oil pumping through all of the flamethrowers, like fully defended. Nothing's getting anywhere near us. And the bugs don't seem to be too pissy right now either. I've just realised we've got like 2 sets of music playing, which is confusing. Game looks intense. Oh, it's literally the most addictive game you can possibly have. But I've put thousands of hours into this game over the years. I didn't want the vanilla, the first planet, the Nalvis planet, the basic planet to like take me 60 hours to build it though. This was probably 20 hours over the last few days. Just sort of slapping down blueprints, adjusting them, waiting for stuff to build. I was actually doing a bunch of this on Wednesday whilst just cancel scanning to sell some stuff on the auction house, for example. But yeah, we're nearly going in. Well, we're in space. We just haven't travelled anywhere yet. Have a bit more research to do. A little bit more research to do. We need to go discover the other planets, and then maybe go look at them. We might do a little bit of this next week. Weave a little bit of this in with some PTR in WoW maybe. Anyway, we can come back and play Factorio another day. That wasn't the plan of action for today. I've got to spend some concentration. Why does my Stream Deck not control my Spotify anymore? What's going on? Right, where are we at? Enchanting and a bit of jewel crafting on this dude. Let's go do enchanting, because if we get lucky as we did with our other tune, it'll be amusing. We've got another 1,000 concentration to burn. Let's see if we can make 17 enchants with this fella. Ha! That would be fun. I've got 920 artisan security. I've got over nearly 12,000 artisan security across my characters to spend. I should probably do something with that, shouldn't I? We've actually got double buffs up if we're quick. 2s, 2s, 3s on one of them with some concentration with probably a forged framework. Is that what we're saying? The game's got no idea what's going on. Well, I'm going to say that's right. 30 gold concentration feels about right. Only 41? Why only 41? Why only 41? Why only 41? Much confused. Huh? Where's the rest of me ingenuity? I'm missing something here. What are we missing and where and why? It's surely not from here, is it? Surely not. Hello, wife. Please hold, boys and girls. Tell her about the new desk you're buying. Whoops. I did show it to her. She just looks at me with stuff like this and is like, if you're paying for it, whatever. So I have free reign to do silly things like that. If I so choose. I still can't figure out why this dude hasn't got the ingenuity that I expect him to have. It's not a new desk I have bought, it is a new desk I'm contemplating. It's the Magnus, it's the Secret Labs Magnus Pro one that looks pretty good. I might drop them an email or a tweet or something. Try and pull some streamer privileges. This Twitch partner status has got to have some advantages, right? It's got to have some advantages. Reply the chatter buff. It bugs if you log out. Oh, okay. Oh, well, it's gone now anyway. I've wasted enough time that it's gone. Twos, twos, threes. Want to use. Want to use. Hey, there we go. 46%. Yeah, maybe that was it. Maybe me shatter buff was busted. All gravy. I'm assuming that's right. That looks about right. Why is it telling me to use top tier quality everythings? That's not right either, is it? Well, I know what I'm doing here. Let's just press the buttons. It's one pricey desk. I mean, it is more expensive, but let's not forget that like a basic IKEA standing desk is still like 500-600 euros. So sure, it's 50% more than something from IKEA, but anything that you buy from anywhere that's not IKEA is 50% more by default. And I've come to the conclusion I want a standing desk for two reasons. Not only do I want it to go up, but I also want it to go down when needed as well. I would like the entire desk to go lower so I can pull over my mini sofa for like chilling. I'm thinking forward ahead. I'm thinking for when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out next year, which is going to be PS5 situation. And I'm thinking that, you know, if we want to do any streaming or any content around that as well, that obviously I want to be playing with PS5 over there, but like for normal stream stuff, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it all out. For now though, we're just getting ludicrously lucky on procs. Not as lucky as we got on our other dude, though, mind. There we go. Dunzo. We got 9 that time. Not quite 17 like last character, but we'll take 9. 9's good enough. Any crafting orders while we're here? Oh, hang on. Oh, there is. What do you come with? Augment rune. That one, hell no. Just check the trading post for this month. There's literally nothing but transmog. What a waste of a month. Oh yeah, of course. It's 1st of November, isn't it? We should probably check that ourselves. I've not looked into that yet. Maybe we'll get this character done and then I'll have a little look. Public orders up. Public orders up. Do I want to do all of those? Pentagon reviews. What do these ones give me? Knowledge point, 30 artisan security, and another knowledge point. Oh, I'll just do all of those. Looking to get a new desk, but it's so hard to find one with symmetric corner. Oh, you're looking for a corner desk? Yeah, you can find L-shaped desks really easily. I've also thought about making a corner desk. The desk that I have now is just a big piece of oak kitchen counter from hardware store. I just screwed legs onto it. Another thing I have considered is like extending it out and making it a big L-shaped desk. That's another thing I've contemplated doing, but that's a make-it-yourself job. So yeah, I kind of need to decide what the hell I want to do. Use a corner desk and 3 screens. Very space efficient. Yeah, see, this is it. Like, for a long time, I've wanted to go double PC setup for the stream as well. And it's not for lack of hardware. I have 2 PCs right here. I have 4 monitors right here. But if I went full corner desk, I could have, like, you know, the whole lot much easier. I don't even know. I don't even know. A corner desk not in a corner does kind of set my feng shui a little bit crazy, though. I've not decided. Sure. Random ass public order. Right place, right time. This dude isn't really spec'd too heavily in here. So, does it have the... We'll just make some of these. Probably one of these. Oh, no, I can't even make these at Q2. Oh, dear. Okay. Can't even make them Q2 with Q2 mats. Oh, that'll do. $470. Sheesh. Bunch of goodies, though, mind. Some goodies. Let's go put those mats in the war bank, actually. Oh, we don't need to travel all the way across the world, do we? We can do this. Deposit warbound items. Nice. Let's go check the trading post quickly. IKEA's been on a crusade against corner desks. Corner desks, I just don't think are anywhere near as popular. People are trying to downsize rather than upscale, I think. I think, obviously, you know, work from home is a thing, but those people who are in positions where they can work from home for a lot more frequently. I know there's also a bit of a crusade on the whole work from home thing, depending on where you live, but Nordic countries seem to be quite happy to let people work from home. There's a lot of people that are trying to squeeze desks in, make office spaces where office spaces didn't exist before. So smaller desks probably have significantly more appeal than bigger desks for a lot of people. $6.25? Why $6.25? Oh, maybe I've done some stuff this month already anyway. What do you have then? Okay, now. Pretty in pink. Pretty in pink for sure. Dark Ranger General Kit. Oh, this is what people are talking about, the Sylvanas set. Okay. Right, I see. Apparently I already... Why is it saying, oh... I don't know, whatever. Gladiator Transmog set. 3 Transmog sets this month in the standard catalogue. Big old wacky sword. Prowlers as your headpieces. Aren't these... Can't you... The... Oh, okay. Just colour variations. Bronze maces. Do we like the bow? Not really. Not a fan of the bow. Okay, there seems to be 12 different variations of these things. What's returning? Fury of the Fire Lord. Some fiery balls. A pigeon stick. These are all mogs that I wouldn't have ever bought in previous months anyway. Holy shit, look at the amount of stuff that's returning. Any... No, it's all literally all just mog. This is a save it up month for me then. This is a save it month. Anybody else notice that this window's changed? The art on this window's changed. It's got 20th anniversary art on it. Sylvanas' Volpera doesn't have quite the same effect. Not quite. Yeah, not quite. Pretty in pink. If I was a mage, maybe. Yeah, I think this is a save it month for me. This is a save it up month. I don't think there's anything I want to spend on here. I'm not that bothered about transmog sets. I'd rather save it for if they do a cool mount or something at some point.
Come back again.
You can earn 1,000 tokens this month. Oh, have they upped the amount of... Oh, wait, hang on, what's this? So yeah, we've got... Crest of the Kingdom. Night Elf Crest, Human Crest, Orc Crest, and the Scourge Crest. But then you can go and earn an extra 1,000 if you so wish. Alright, sure. Doubled it up. Gonna actually have to put some effort into doing this if they've gone and doubled it up, haven't we? Anniversary related stuff. Loads of stuff. Where's the crafting related stuff? Professions. Fulfill a crafting order. Time walking. Gather herbs or skin or fish in Kalimdor or the Eastern Kingdoms for 100 points. Flipping hell. You can get 200 points just for going and gathering some stuff out in Outland. Oh, this is time gated. You can only achieve this at certain periods. Oh. Did you already talk about the profession changes for 11.0.7? Yeah, I looked at those right at the beginning of the stream. Obviously, there's not much you can do on Twitch right now, but you can scrub back on the YouTube stream. My TLDR for the for the profession changes in 11.07 is my TLDR is very basic. It's not going to really make much of a difference. Multicraft is still the best. Resourcefulness is still second, and ingenuity you use it very situationally. It doesn't change anything as far as I'm concerned. It will have a bit of annoyance to players in terms of the fact that it's going to change the maths. It's going to change. People are going to need to fix their spreadsheets. People are going to need to fix their add-ons. But, you know, people will adapt fast enough. The only thing I'm really interested in is the respec option, but I don't think we know much about that yet. Alright, I need to burn through more concentration though anyway. I wouldn't mind working from home if not for being a senior lecturer. I absolutely hate teaching over the internet. I need to see my students and communicate with them directly. COVID lockdown was horrible. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I tend to think teaching is in a similar way to sales, in terms of the fact that, you know, you're trying to communicate something, and via two webcams and via two screens, it's never going to be as good. This is the wrong tune, isn't it? You know, you are a good 50% of communication is things like body language and eye contact, and like, it's not necessarily the words that are said, but how they're said and how they're received and all of this sort of stuff. I imagine teaching is exactly the same. But, you know, for a lot of people who maybe need to jump into a meeting once a day to catch up with other people, I think there's a huge amount of the workforce that can more than comfortably work from home without any issues whatsoever. And there is serious net positives. I think the overall positives outweigh any negatives. And the positives are significantly more personal. The negatives are just from a business sense, which is where the clear and obvious pushback to this work from home thing comes from. Because from a business sense, it is significantly more difficult to control your workforce and have a good overview of things unless everybody is in one spot. This is why, you know, offices exist. And meetings, for sure, and business-related communication is clearly best done face-to-face. There's a reason, right? Let's not forget, there's a reason why businesses, before COVID hit and before the work-from-home thing, let's not forget that businesses would often spend millions of dollars shipping people around the planet so that they can have meetings face-to-face. Because there's a lot of value that's obtained by that. Not everything could, you know, things can work via a screen, via a Teams meeting. Things can work, but things aren't necessarily optimal. The amount of money that businesses would spend flying their senior members halfway across the world to do business face to face, you know, people weren't spending that money for no reason. Businesses weren't spending that money for zero reason. Pagby, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Or, well, maybe good afternoon by this point. I don't know. Well, it's good afternoon for me. Boys and girls, ads are about to play on Team Twitch anyway, so I'm going to take 2 minutes to have a quick break, stretch my legs, more importantly than anything, stretch my back, and then we'll dive back into it. I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. Alrighty. Okie dokes. There's a difference between you have to be in the office 24/7 and I expect you to meet up in person. Yeah, any form of extremes are usually problematic, aren't they? For sure. 8 days doing remote stuff and then 1 day in person would probably solve it. Yeah, yeah. But you know, that happy balance. It's one of the things I like about this country a lot, and the Nordics in general, is they seem to have a good understanding of like work-life balance. They kind of understand that you need at some point to like draw the line, but extremes in any scenario are not good. Hot take: meetings are mostly a colossal waste of time. If people cut down on them, they'd end up getting twice as much done. See, this is the thing, right? Meetings are often an excuse to have a natter and a chat with your work colleagues, which is not necessarily facilitated so much under normal working environments. And you know, the social aspect of going to work, you know, keeping your morale up, keeping the mood positive, is kind of a you know, an important factor, because you're dealing with people, you're dealing with emotions, you're dealing with feelings. Happy people work harder. It's a fact. And this is also somewhat of a downside to the whole work from home thing, that you don't so easily, you have to work harder for the social aspects, which is why it's all nuanced. It's why it's all heavily nuanced. And hence why, once again, extremes don't really work. Ooh, there's a big boy one. When I was younger, I worked at a warehouse for some years. We had the greatest boss I've ever seen. He didn't care how many people worked at the warehouse or what they did, as long as the job was done and done well and on time. He had a set amount of money he was ready to spend on the department each month, plus some bonuses if the profits were good. How we divided this money amongst ourselves, he did not care him a slightest bit either. See, this is it. This is it. This is why micromanagement is one of the biggest problems in industry. You hire people because you trust them to do a job. You trust them to do a job to do so that you don't have to think about it. That's kind of the hierarchy in natural business, right? The natural hierarchy is, well, I don't have enough time to do everything, so I'm going to hire other people that I believe and have trust in doing that thing. So the more hands-off you can be, often the better. But that also only really works as long as things are going well. As soon as things stop going well, soon as the things don't start being completed on time and well, then managers' abilities to deal with that is difficult. I've worked from home for 10 years and I'm feral now. Could never go back to corporate office BS. Yeah, there is a lot of politics that happens in the office as well, isn't there? This is a downside. The company I work for is closing down their office and moving to a smaller one. We're also getting compensated because we use our own desks, PCs, electricity, etc. I love it. Saves time and money for both parties. It's yeah, if you can get some, you know, it is a win for everybody. It is a win for everybody. Sure, those companies are now having to provide people with laptops, but at the same time, they're not having to pay outrageous rents on big offices. You know, it's a win. It's definitely a win. Right, are we... Yeah. Am I out of forged frameworks? Surely not. Now we got less miles on the car as well. It's true. And for most people, their car is probably their second biggest expense ever. And if you can limit that in any way, shape or form, it's nothing but a win. Yeah, that's basically right, isn't it? Whoa, 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 whoa. Suddenly realised we didn't have shatter buff up. We hadn't even pressed the concentrate button. Not doing this very well, am I? Yeah, that's basically it. Right, no proc. No proc. 45% ingenuity. No procs. No procs! Oh, skamazed. I told you my luck wouldn't last. 4 in a row, no procs! That makes up for the 6 in a row with procs earlier. God damn.
My directive is to serve you.
Yeah, that's basically it. Go. Oh my god. Not a single proc. 0 for 5. Oh, well, you win some, you lose some. You can click the icon to max at that rank. Typing the amount for 2 years just made me gain a solid 45 seconds per day. I have no idea what you're referring to. But either way, congratulations on your time saving. I think I've missed something. Public orders for 1 gold. Love that. Love that. 3 guild orders. I still can't do these. I should get to those. Ooh. Actually, a bunch of orders I might care about here. We'll do all of those. We got all the mats? We do. Smash them. Go. During lockdown, nobody paid us an extra penny for usage of our own resources. People weren't prepared for it, though. This was the thing, right? That, like, businesses, policies, you know, structures, these sorts of things take a bit of time to be implemented. When lockdown happened, people just, you know, people were surviving, not trying to optimize things. Now, though, if you do continue to work from home, most businesses and things have policies and structures in place to make sure that you're compensated for using your own space, using your own electricity and that sort of stuff. Which is nice. This dude is ready for some... Where have you gone? Probably one of these. Concentrate, concentrate, use a multi-craft thing, go. That'll do. Oh, we got 2 augment runes on this dude. Where did that come from? Did I have 2 of those? Say farming the null silvers is boring AF. Yeah, if you're playing catch up, then catch up on mining or herbalism. It's maybe not the most fun thing, but it's nice that you can at least do it. Actually, those and those and those need to be sent off to be sold. There's no point in me keeping these about. These are valuable enough to sell. I can always buy them back if needs be. I'm sure I've got plenty of other stuff in here that I should probably just be selling, but stacks and stacks of weaver cloth that I've not done anything with. That's just appreciating in value. Holy smokeroonies! The price of gems really has gone up, hasn't it? Shit! The price of gems has gone through the roof. Literally doubled everywhere. Raw gem prices have literally doubled everywhere. That's funny. Apart from ambers that have nuked into the floor. Huh. Well, you win some, you lose some. Pebbles are on the floor on the flip side. I don't think I've got many pebbles left. Oh yeah, 2 gold apiece now. Like I said, you win some, you lose some. I've got quite many quality 3 things in here that I should do something with, so that they don't totally depreciate in value too heavily. We're all good. It's fine. I used to buy the ambers, the pebbles, and the glass from the vendors. It was a nice 1k each round. yeah, I forgot they're limited availability vendor items, aren't they, those? Was typing 10 in the right rank, then accepting? Oh, I just saw you clicked the rank 2 icon and it maxes it out. Oh, I see. Oh, within craft sim. Yeah. Are all the margins for crafting negligible in the last couple of days? Not just the last couple of days. Crafting is, if you are guaranteeing crafts, this is just a reality that we're having to get used to. That guaranteeing anything at top quality is more about timing and luck than it is about skill these days, really. Since the concentration, crafters can pull the price down past below what it costs for people to guarantee stuff. There's even less of a chance for you to be able to craft something en masse and sell it these days than there ever was. But the flip side of that is it's arguably fairer system for all involved. So it's, my take on it is it's, 6 of one, half dozen of another. If you you can't capitalize quite as heavily on one character, but because you can't capitalize on one character, it kind of means that everybody has a slightly fairer chance at it. Until, of course, you have multiple characters, and then you scale the characters. But fundamentally, at least, is fairer. My opinion, it doesn't have as much to do with concentration crafters and more about people pushing the price down to keep people out. There are some people out there that are cleverly using walling as a way to keep other people out. Those that really know their professions inside out, and it doesn't take many people to do this, very clearly will mass craft a shitload of stuff and post it all at like 1% profit margins. Way more than is ever going to sell most of the time throughout most of the week. Those people aren't really also expecting that big wall of items to sell either. If some of it does sell, then sure, fine. It's just turnover at that point. They haven't gained anything. They haven't lost anything. But what they, in essence, wait to do is then buy out anything that turns up under that price, which is all of the concentration crafters stuff, which can only ever drip feed into the market anyway. And then, when the demand is good, or say, for example, on a Wednesday evening, they take their wall out, they buy out everything, reset the price, and then sell all of that cheap stuff at like 20-30% margin for an evening, and rinse and repeat. There's so there's definitely two sides to that story. It requires a lot more market knowledge and a lot more confidence to do something like that, though, and a lot more micromanagement. You have to really carefully know what your prices are. It's more difficult to achieve, but it is very effective. It makes me giggle. It makes me giggle because there are so many times you see posts places, and I'm going to point out Reddit in the most, you know, Reddit is the biggest culprit for this by far. But so often there are people that, why are people undercutting? Why are people keeping this down? And then the very last sentence they'll write is something along the lines of, it makes it so hard to get into this market. And they're like, yes, you dum-dum. This is exactly why they do it. Because making it difficult to get into a market is exactly what somebody else wants to do. Let's look at it from the perspective of, I don't know, you set up a lemonade stand and you're selling lemonade at, you know, $2 a cup. You're selling lemonade, you set up a lemonade stand, somebody else comes along, sets up a lemonade stand right next to you. Now all of a sudden you've got competition. You don't want them there. That means anybody that comes to buy lemonade can choose either your stand or their stand. All of a sudden your profits have been cut in half because somebody else came and set up a lemonade stand right next to you. Why would you want that to be a thing? You wouldn't want that to be a thing. And this is kind of like, this is my argument for like undercutting. That and then some duck comes and asks you if you've got any grapes. Yeah. Fundamentally, you don't want competition. Given the opportunity, crafters would love to have a monopoly situation. They'd love to be the only one crafting and selling something, because that means that they can set the price on it and they can make all the money. In the real world, out in the open world, you have rules and regulations against like price fixing and stuff like this. But this is a video game. There's none of that. You absolutely can get away with doing all sorts of shenanigans to keep people away. So when people come in and they're like, well, why is this not profitable? Why is this person undercut it to like 2% margins? Do they not like making gold? And it's like, no, they don't like you making gold. They'll wait until you've gone away. They'll wait until you've got bored. And then when the time is right, they'll reset the market and they'll sell a shitload very, very fast because of the region-wide auction house. And they'll make a killing for an evening. And then just as quick as they make a killing, then they'll put the wall back in and then they'll log off. You know, it's there's levels to this. Some serious levels to this when you get like advanced with it. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemons. What the hell am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day that it thought it could give you Cave Johnson lemons. Do you not know who I am? I'm the man who's going to burn your house down with the lemons. I'm going to get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down. Kahani, are you okay? You good? You okay? Do we need to send help? Right, we're probably going to make some alloys here, aren't we? Something along those lines is usually what we do. Do we have a burning ignition? Craft up one of those. Never played Portal 2. Or I have, but not for like a decade. Plus, maybe. Not well enough to get the reference, unfortunately. I apologise. I wonder about the math of all this, because you're effectively burning money to make money. It's super weird. It's not really burning money, though. It's not burning money, it's having control over the flow of money. And it's significantly easier to control the flow with less people involved, which is the core reason why people do stuff like this. And now that we all play on the region-wide auction house, the amount of people that can potentially play is much, 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 much higher. Every single person who levels up a character has the potential to jump in and craft something. And if somebody else sells something to somebody, that's a sale you haven't had. So it's not so much burning money. You forget that profits do not really mean anything. I try to preach this theory to a lot of people, but if you really want to make a lot of gold in this game, you focus on turnover and not profit. You 100% focus on turnover. And you want to make sure that when you log on to play the game, you set yourself up to make as much profit as you can in as short a period as you can. But the rest of the time when you're not logged into the game, which is the vast majority of the time, you're just focusing on selling as much as you physically can. That way you are constantly generating turnover. You're hoovering up as much of the sales. In the business world, it's called market share. You know, outside of World of Warcraft, when you go look into like business, it's all about market share. Most big companies couldn't care less about profit margins. What they care about is market share. So let's look at it from the perspective of like, let's look at it like tech, right? You've got, I don't know, I'm going to use a topic of conversation that's easy to understand and most people probably get it. If you're selling TVs, if you're Samsung or you're LG or you're Sony, what you really care about is market share. The more you want to know that you have most, or you're trying to get most of the sales. When you've figured out how to get most of the sales, you can very quickly and very easily tweak your prices to start making more money. But there's no point tweaking your prices to make more money if you can't sell anything in the first place. So you focus on selling a lot of stuff first. You focus on, you know, there's only so many customers. So those customers need to, you know, you want to have as many of those customers as possible buy the thing from you. Once you've figured out how to get as many people to buy from you, then you tweak your numbers to make things more profitable. And people use the exact same strategies in World of Warcraft. When they're logged on and they're playing the game, they're tweaking the numbers and they're optimizing the profits. When they've logged off, they put all of their stuff on the auction house in great quantities at razor thin margins. So if it sells, well, it's just turnover, right? But it means all of the time that they're logged out of the game, that nobody else can come in and make huge profits. It's how Uber killed the traditional taxis. Yeah, pretty much. They stole as much market share as they possibly could. There's a lot more the Uber business model, there's a lot more to it, but like conceptually, yeah, it's not far off. Hang on, I've just been chatting for 4 minutes and completely wasted half my ever-burning ignition. Let me quickly make these flipping alloys and then we can move on. Before I continue to natter even more. That's probably about right, isn't it? Yeah, that'll do. We'll go with that. 11, nearly 12 gold per point of concentration. About 12k if we can get this cooking nicely. Ingenuity, double ingenuity. Ingenuity and multicraft on both of those. That's a good start, isn't it? Let's see if we can keep that mentality up. Usually who doesn't understand the economics are the ones that end up complaining. It's really, yeah, this is it, yeah. Okay. Need a couple more procs if we can. Another multi-craft, we'll take that. How much we got left? Oh, we've run out. We've not got enough. Okay. We didn't do too bad out of that, you know. That's 15 alloys from 1,000 concentration. Makes no profit anymore. Oh, I've just made a shitload. Mass producing stuff isn't going to make you money anymore. It's just not. Mass producing stuff isn't going to make you money. Not in most cases. Or it's not going to appear that it makes you money. It will make you money at the right time. You need to know when that right time is. Bit of jewel crafting quickly. What's this week, Aura? Oh, I always forget the buff when doing crafting orders. So here's a one for ever burning ignition. Is there a wombo combo of this? I don't want to install different week orders for every single one. Is there a crafting order buff week or a generic overall? Because I've seen ones for enchanting. Somebody needs to do a general overall one that works for everything. You know, your shatter, you know, something along those lines. If anybody's good with weak auras, have a go. So I have to get 10 concentration crafters. Well, yes, the way you scale your operation now is by having more toons at your disposal, which gives you more concentration overall. That's the way you scale nowadays. If you can do that, then you can still make... Concentration is basically your print gold button. But because everybody has a print gold button, it's of no surprise that markets live at or near break-even point. Often below it. Probably a mirror powder on here. Something along those lines, that'll do. 268, we should be able to get 3. If we can get a ingenuity proc, which is unlikely. An ingenuity proc, sorry. No, never lucky. 3 will do. Concentration's your new mission table. Well, concentration just allows for a significantly lower price floor than what we're historically used to, which is what people are still getting used to. There's still the misconception that guaranteeing things at quality 3 is the cheapest that things should ever get, when it's just not true anymore. Concentration allows people to come along and craft things vastly cheaper than what it costs to guarantee something at quality 3. And that's that lack of understanding is where a lot of people's problems is right now, I think.
My thanks for your patronage.
No, where did those alloys go? They're not alloys, are they? No, they are alloys. I can never remember if they're alloys or ingots. My brain still hasn't adapted to that.
And peruse my inventory again.
I mean, I'd point out, it's not that you can't make profit by guaranteeing things at top quality. You absolutely can. You just can't, you know, passively log on to a character, just casually craft things at max quality and sell them. Those days have long gone. Long gone. That's why I like the region-wide auction house. It creates a landscape where the people that put the most effort in usually win. And if you're looking for get-rich-quick schemes, 1, you probably won't find them. And 2, you'll very quickly learn that you're better off just going and doing some gathering. I wonder if using concentration on vials and flasks to rank 3 them is the norm now. Oh, it is, absolutely. Think how many alchemists are out there. Think how many alchemists are out there. Like, alchemy, not to mention during Dragonflight, alchemy was like one of the go-to alt army specs. Alchemy tailoring, alchemy tailoring, alchemy tailoring is all you heard throughout Dragonflight. That means there's players out there with a shitload of alchemy characters that have got them set up for concentration usage. They've unlocked a flask and they're crafting 10 flasks every other day. And yeah, they're now absolutely blasting the market with cheap flasks. It's of no surprise to me whatsoever. One of my Dawn Crafters is going to have the ability to make these, and I can't remember which one it is. WoW's not built for the casual players, and not only in the professions. Every single year that goes on, every single expansion that goes on, the meta or the bar moves up. Players have played the game for so long. They've learned so much. They've figured so much stuff out. And now more so than ever, anybody looking to do goblin related stuff, goal making, is competing with everybody else in some way, shape or form. And so naturally, those that have more expertise than others rise to the top. In my opinion, goal making is the most competitive area of World of Warcraft, which is ironic because most people don't even realize that it's PvP. most people are for some reason, most people think that the auction house is just a thing that exists. They kind of forget the fact that every single item on the auction house has been put there by another player, another real person. Shit isn't just magically on the auction house. And if you want to put something on the auction house and sell it, so does everybody else. And so it's, with the region-wide auction house, it's significantly more competitive than literally anything else. It's not PvP, it's GVG, Goblin versus Goblin. In a way, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Whatever title you put on it, it's still very competitive. EU even more so. Listening to some of the NA people, it's halfway disheartening. The fact that some of the biggest, richest, wealthiest goblins proactively choose to go play on NA on the basis of the fact that it's just more lucrative should really tell a tale, shouldn't it? Really. I've never really showcased it or put numbers to it. I've never put my money where my mouth is in that regard, really. I've never booted up my NA account properly, but it's generally considered much easier to make gold over on Team NA than it is on Team EU. And it's predominantly because of the competition. I'm pretty much convinced there's twice as many Goblin-esque players on Team EU. I don't think most people on Team NA really care that much. Which is why markets don't crash as fast, which is why materials are more lucrative. Well, you know, there's a whole bunch of reasons. Am I out of writhing samples? Not for long. What are we missing? Oh, I didn't do my shatter buff. Flipping hell. Right. See how many we can get this time. Three out of 4 ain't bad. Cooked. That wasn't the best, but it wasn't bad either. We'll take 10. That's mathematically about what we should get anyway. Right. I need to put stuff in the war bank. I also need my pigeon. Nice. Nice. It's not PvP though, it's man versus machine in terms of bots. Bots play in the same arena, but I'm not convinced they have anywhere near as much of the impact as people believe they do. Mostly because auction house bots, without question, exist. I'm not denying that they exist. They absolutely 100% do. But fundamentally, there are quite often significantly more lucrative ways of making gold than using auction house bots, in forms of, like, you know, a flipping raw gold farms in the corners of the zones where people are not paying any attention. I'm pretty sure that, like, you know, because bots, people who are going to break the rules are just as likely to take the path of least resistance that anybody else is, right? They're gonna do the thing that nets them the most amount of gold in the easiest way possible. Setting up auction house bots is not necessarily as easy or as profitable, I'd imagine, as just setting up some AFK bot farm somewhere grinding raw gold, would be my assumption. So while I yes do think that while I do think that they exist, I don't think they're really as impactful, especially now things are region-wide. Real players with cognitive thinking can manipulate the auction house far more effectively than bots can. Because bots just have to follow a set of rules. Bots are basically just running a fancy TSM profile. Not even a fancy one, to be honest. They're just running very basic TSM profiles, but just automated. There's no level of cognitive thinking, no ability to react to things. I doubt they're anywhere near as profitable as people really think, in comparison to other things you could do. Like, when you cross that border, when you decide that you're willing to break the in-game rules to gain something, I'm sure there's much better ways to break the rules to gain more than setting up an auction house bot. But I don't really know. I might be wrong, but it's the impression I've been given over the years. Somebody's after an awful lot of perception enchants. Vials, sorry. How is that a recipe I don't have, by the way? That must come from this. That must come through the spec tree somewhere. Think thaumaturgy is profitable? They've made some changes to it recently. It's probably profitable still. I suspect it's such a complex system at a high level that there will always be money to be made, I think, converting one set of materials to another, but it's super time sensitive. And it's a very timely process. I think thaumaturgy is going to be one of those that, if you're not careful, you'll spend, I don't know, let's say 500,000 gold buying materials, buying a certain material that's cheap at a certain point, or, you know, spreadsheets or add-ons or whatever tells you is profitable. And by the time you've run it through your alchemy mill and then go to sell it, you could often find that that time difference is enough for the market to have reverted itself, and now that thing is not profitable anymore. Those that fully understand thaumaturgy, though, are probably still printing money at like astronomical rates. Just because it's really complicated and it takes people ages. And it's not something that you're going to have a good understanding of until you really deep dive into it. Meaning that most regular players are not going to have any clue how the system works. Which is usually a good sign that it will be profitable and stay profitable. Boom. Potential 19 gold profit per point of concentration here. We accidentally burnt a bunch of our concentration somewhere else, but that'll do. I don't have my spillover buff, which is a problem, but it's fine. Money's money. This dude's not set up for concentration either way. Right, what we've got going on in here? Oh, you're 1 point short. Sure, I'll do a public order on that. Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. I've probably annoyed that person now. Well, what are you going to do? You win some, you lose some. What's spillover? When you craft, well, you can see it here actually. Vials, potions, flasks. You could, when you spec into them hard enough, you get this spillover buff, which when you stack it, just gives you more secondary stats. Let's not forget the mirror powder. Yep, go. Wow, is that it? What are we short? Oh, we only got 167. Alright, that'll do. Did we have quests to hand in? No. Do your jewel crafters have different gem specs? Some of them do. Some of them do, but most of them fundamentally are going for the center two trees first. Only if and when I fill these out will I branch into like specializing more. But yeah, initially when I started setting up some of these jewel crafting alts, they sort of focused on one direction to begin with. But now I'm getting enough points that they're mostly filling out the center trees. Ooh, that's some goodies. Loads of goodies. My bags are gross, I know. Please ignore them. Let me ever so quickly just try and fix this a little bit.
I have many, many wares.
Oh, that said, there's not much. It's all flipping Hallow's End trash, isn't it? Which you gotta flipping delete it all manually, which is super dumb. Or just wait till the event ends. Do all of these things naturally disappear out of your bags when the event ends? I'm gonna kind of hope they do.
Good fortune to our friends.
Until that day happens, my bags are just gross. Oh well. You can burn some cheap potions then for the spillover, yeah. I tend not to do it with flasks, because crafting flasks is expensive enough in the first place, but... I was recapping the convo I missed earlier regarding the changes, but they should rework some resourcefulness, make it so that it has two effects. One with an amount refunded that we already have, and another with a percentage chance that is low, but if you proc resourcefulness with multicraft, it gives you guaranteed 100% refund. This makes it maybe that people would want to consider mixing multicraft and resourcefulness. Yeah, that's an interesting concept. That would definitely get people thinking about which is better. But I think that's only adding an extra level of complexity on a system that people already don't understand. The keep it simple, stupid approach, the KISS methodology, I think is still the smarter play. There's already lots of moving components in crafting when you try and do it in an optimal way. To give a proc that does two fancy things and want it, yeah. I like the idea. I wouldn't mind it. I just don't think it's the direction Blizzard would want to go in. I'm seeing plenty of public orders today, though, boys and girls. I don't know who has. I don't know who's spec'd into like gear crafting stuff, but on most of my tunes, I've been finding public orders. That's quite many orders that we can fill in all. Should we just do all of those? Sure, let's do it. Nope, because it's broken. Oh, no, it's thinking about it. No, broken something somewhere. I think the system's already too complicated for the majority of average players already. Well, there is that theory, isn't there, really, that if you're already elbow deep, why not go deeper? If it's already complicated enough for most people to choose to ignore it, then why not cater to the people that do like that level of enjoyment, I guess, maybe. Yeah, who knows? Blizzard works in wonderful ways sometimes. I don't like the profession systems added in Dragonflight. I'd get rid of it in seconds. I can't agree with that statement, personally. I think the professions are now in the best place. I think the War Within profession system is probably the best profession system we have ever had. Not only because there's a level of depth to it that makes it interesting to figure out. You got to remember that there's a lot of players out there, similar to myself, who just kind of like the journey of figuring stuff out. It's why strategy games are is a very popular genre of games, right? Like, something for you to work on, something for you to figure out, something for you to build on, something for you to optimize is a big advantage to many. Similarly, though, there's also players that liked the profession systems from the concept of that they weren't very complicated. They were 10 minutes of effort once an expansion and allowed you to craft consumables very quickly, very easily. People used the professions from a convenience standpoint. Those players are far less impressed with the current system. But I think, in a way, now that we have the region-wide auction house, Blizzard has been more confident in making a more complicated crafting system. Because those that don't want the complexity, just buy the shit off the auction house. It's always going to be there. It's at a normalized price for everybody. This is kind of why I don't think they did anything too fancy with the crafting professions before implementing the region-wide auction house. Or at least what Shadowlands Legendaries showcased was that when they do something fancy, when they do have something that requires people to work towards in a progression system, without the region-wide auction house, it meant that there was ludicrous disparity on prices. And if you just rolled the dice wrong when you first picked up the game and rolled on a low population server, you were destined to pay 4 times the price for your items. Blizzard fixed that with the region-wide auction house, and now have been able to have the flexibility to add depth to the professions that they couldn't before. And so my take, which won't be the same as everybody's, obviously, but my take is that the professions are in the best position they've ever been. Ever been. The addition of concentration this time round has also leveled the playing field a lot more for those more casual crafters. Dragonflight was a challenge because we went from easy mode to not easy mode, and there was no room for error in Dragonflight. No room for error at all. An entirely new system with no respecking, no flexibility for, like, average Joe. Like, Dragonflight was pretty brutal, but now they've both added and are going to add more quality of life features to this deeper system. So I think the War Within is easily in the best place it's ever been. I don't think you can compare what we have with the crafting system in in the War Within. I don't think you can compare it against any other profession system we've ever had and not say that the War Within wins. The War Within professions, much better than Dragonflight, but honestly not a fan of some of the aspects. But the War Within is so much better than Dragonflight, especially when it comes to things like catch-up and being able to make just something for a profit without having to be full pedal to the metal for 6 months straight. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Like, you can either casually dabble with your professions and maybe make yourself a few potions few times a week and be happy. If you want to go that route, you can entirely go that route. This was the problem with Dragonflight. There was absolutely zero reason to half-heartedly play with professions in Dragonflight. You min-maxed or you didn't bother. There was nothing in the middle. You were absolutely min-maxed Bleeding Edge, or you were actually just wasting your gold trying. That was really brutal. If you were happy to min-max and happy to live on the Bleeding Edge in Dragonflight, it was quite good. You could make a lot of gold. But they've now sort of found a nice middle ground for people who don't want to min-max the crap out of everything. And it's this bar here. It's literally your concentration bar. We've got our essence. Do we have a vial somewhere? one of those. Do we have... Is Chant of Leeching Fangs or Authority of the Depths going to be better for this tune? Let me do a quick little scanner-rooney. I would assume it's Authority of the Depths, but if they're close, I might do... If they're close, I might do Leeching Fangs just because I've got lots of the other enchant anyway. Need a mythic difficulty for crafting? Maybe. Personally, I like the vanilla alchemy more because it was so hard to get into transmutational flasks, but once you were done, you instantly became... well... yeah, but that's kind of like rose-tinted in a way of that the game doesn't play like vanilla anymore. What you really like about that is you like to have a monopoly. That's what you're saying. You like to have a monopoly because then you can charge what you want and you can sell a lot of stuff and you make a lot of gold. Having the monopoly was what you liked. You could have the exact... You could copy-paste the exact same system into retail right now, but it would just be flooded within minutes because people are you know, the actual players of the game are significantly more aggressive about the professions now. So that system just wouldn't work. It wouldn't play out the same way because it only worked way back in vanilla because, one, nobody knew what the hell they were doing. Nobody had a clue, right? You had to play the game for 60 hours before you even reached max level. That gate kept most people from being able to do that. There's absolutely no way that anything would work in the same way. Okay, Authority of the Depths is still the moneymaker for me. It's interesting that it's dipped below or is very equal to the Radiant Power one now. Algari Perception has clearly just been reset and is broken. I don't trust that as far as I can throw it, but... yeah, there's literally half as much gold in making the Leeching Fangs enchant, so yeah, we're not going to do that. This weird combo for some reason. Right, 196, we should be able to press the button 5 times. Yeah, here we go. One. Two. 3. 4. 5. Okay, 8 enchants we'll take. Did I do my orders on this? Did I scan to see if there was any? There's a couple that we can do. Holy orders, Batman. That's quite a lot. Did I not craft anything with leatherworking for... I probably didn't, did I? I didn't use concentration on leatherworking. Concentration on leatherworking, that's funny. Is there nothing I can do that makes it even a penny? Am I better off just using... I'm pretty sure I'm just better off saving the concentration, honestly, for filling work orders. Yeah, I mean, I could wrestle for like 2 gold apiece on some mats, maybe. You're telling me to use Q2s? I don't even have Q2s. Sure. I'm not even selling these, I'm just putting these in the bank. I'm sure they'll be useful for me crafting something at some point. Alright, that dude's done. It's really comfortable with concentration builds now. I can actually make pretty decent gold and play other games as well at the same time, just waiting for concentration to build up. Like, I made this correlation with like the vendor shuffles that people used to do an expansion 2 ago. That, you know, people would buy a bunch of materials, set something to craft, then vendor all of the stuff. It was their way of AFK gold making and would make them a few thousand gold an hour or whatever. Concentration is basically the same. If you just blast through your concentration, then you can log out, go play other games, come back 3 days later and blast your concentration again. And you've still maintained, like, optimal, you know, uptime. Which I kind of quite like. Not gonna lie, kind of quite like. And this is why I think if more people figured out where their concentration button is, more people would make way more gold and have way less issues. There'd be far less posts of like, oh, this is a deflationary expansion and nothing sells and I can't make any gold and I only got 50 gold for timing a Mythic Plus dungeon and all of this sort of rubbish. I'm like, well, like, it's an RPG at the end of the day. Not an arcade simulator. But that's mostly Blizzard's fault, because they've made it look like an arcade simulator, so. Guild order on a rolling pin. I don't have the recipe. Wow. Basically nothing. I'll take that 1, though. It's got to be an augment rune, yeah. This dude's probably just making ciphers, I would imagine. I don't actually know. Ciphers or probably contracts that I don't own. Use some concentration, play some quick Factorio, 4 days ready. 4 days later, it's ready again. Yep. Codifieds? Okay, we'll do some codifieds. Assuming I've got inks. Is this a multi-craft thing? It is. 2s through the middle, bit of multi-craft option, 7 gold per point of concentration, 7k gold. Nice. On average. What professions do you recommend for concentration builds? Okay, so I will teach you what you need to know rather than just giving you the answer. The professions that work the best is where the difference between quality 2 and quality 3 materials is at its largest. So that's why enchanting works really well. Enchanting works really well because quality 3 enchanting mats can only be obtained by disenchanting. They can, and at the same time as trying to fish for quality 3 enchanting mats, you get more quality 1s and quality 2s. What this means is it's constantly keeping the price between quality 2 and quality 3 materials as far away from each other as possible. That means when you come along with concentration and you get the effect of quality 3 materials when only using quality 2s, that's where your gold comes in. So this is also why things like jewel crafting works really well. Jewel crafting works well because quality 3 gem dust is much harder to get than quality 2 gem dust, because you have to be prospecting quality 3 gems predominantly to get it. So the difference in the mat prices is where your profit comes in. This is why leatherworking doesn't work very well. Tailoring doesn't work very well, because the difference between the quality 2 and the quality 3 mats is marginal, small. So any time where there's a big difference in price between quality 2 and quality 3, your concentration will have more value. So today, jewel crafting, enchanting, alchemy works well because quality 3 herbs are still remarkably expensive. You have, what else is a good candidate for concentration right now? Inscription, arguably, but it's nowhere near to the same degree. It's basically one of 3, I think. Believe it or not, you can do quite well with blacksmithing on things, but you need a much bigger, much better setup with blacksmithing. But that's the concept of why it works. So that means as time goes on, it might slightly change. But at least if you know why certain professions work better than others, when the change happens, you might see it before and be able to adapt to it. Shatter buff. Do I have a vial? Oh, they're here. And you can stack advantages in your favor, right? So the reason Authority of the Depths is good is because the recipe itself to buy is like 100k plus. So you have to take quite a big risk. You at least have to shell out a big amount of gold to even get the recipe to press the button, you know, which arguably means, in theory at least, less people are doing it. So you can stack bonuses in your favor there. To squeeze out as much value from your concentration as possible. 44%. Most things seem to be relatively lined up there. Go. Right, how many can we get off 1,000 this time? 2 for 2. You need to clip that or share it as a short or something, quick vid. Yeah, little snippets like that. I've been thinking about ways to... Oh, I'm out of something. What am I missing? Am I missing crystals? I need to do more of this. I need to be a lot more proactive with snipping stuff like that. Hello, auction house. What was I out of? Crystals? room for 2 more. 1, 2.
I have an extended supply of goods for outlanders.
Okay, 9 that time. We'll take 9. I think that's about right, isn't it? That's everything. Hello. Pigeon. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Or did I? Public order? Oh, I haven't got them on this character. Oh, money on the table. Nearly left all of that. Augment runes. Have I done this week? I have. One of you. Right, let's send that stuff off. And put the rest in the war bank. Beautiful. Right, that dude's done. Explanation was the golden nugget. Yeah, I find this a lot. I find that people are, for obvious reasons, seeking just the answer to that question. But I do like to try, at least where possible, teach a man to fish rather than just giving the fish out for free. What tools are you using for my enchanting concentration build? Resourcefulness? No, I've gone full ingenuity with enchanting. And that is because ingenuity you can buff it to give you a full 100% refund. And you can also, when you really stack everything hard, because there's a vial that gives you bonus ingenuity as well, you can get it to about 46%, which starts to be high enough that, you know, when it's basically a coin flip between whether it procs or not, it becomes significantly more valuable at that degree than what you'd get via resourcefulness. But that doesn't mean ingenuity is still the best choice everywhere. It's just with enchanting. There's no multi-craft option even with enchants, so there's that to contend with as well. But yeah, ingenuity does work best for a full concentration build. That said, if you're doing orders or you're actually mass crafting enchants to sell, you'd want a second full resourcefulness tool to optimize there, because of course, unless you press the concentration button, your ingenuity does nothing. So you don't want to fully stack for it unless you're actually proactively using it, if that makes sense. Let's do orders first. Missing the weekly quest. Did I... Whoa, hello. Did I never pick up the weekly quest on this dude? Oh. Okay.
I've been
Oh, I've never picked up either quest on this dude. Whoops.
Shine.
Maybe I just haven't played this character this week. I might have accidentally skipped them. We'll do tailoring first, because this dude is tailor first. Is it worth me doing these? 30 artisan security, yes. 1 knowledge point for 100 gold. Sure, why not? 2 knowledge points for 270 gold plus a bag. Sure, on this dude. Doesn't seem to like crafting the PvP ones for some reason. Oh, wait, hang on. What's going on here? Wrong profession gear. Alright, whatever. Let me grab those real fast. See if we can put those points to good use somewhere quickly before we do concentration on tailoring. Open some goodie bags. I also haven't used my scribbly book this week. Let's also go hand that quest in quickly. Can I see your build? Any build for any profession I can probably just talk about anyway. If you've got a specific question. The popular ones, I've basically memorized them. Enchanting, you basically want 90 points in it. You want the in the engine 30 points. Yeah, there's 90 points on the far left tree. And that's going to give you the best ingenuity, resourcefulness procs. 90 points over there. Then you want 50 points minimum in the enchanting tree, 30 in the main central node, and then 20 points in the Rubian if you're crafting the Authority of the Depths. So it's about 140 points for the Authority of the Depths enchant. But that's for that enchant specifically. Are we doing spell threads on this dude? Probably. Where did we get those points? Cap spell threads out. Now we can push further into this. Let me just burn through these bolts real fast. 2% margins. Woo! Dusk weaves. I've got the Q2s, so I'll ignore the advice to use Q1s here. Sure. Alchemy rank 3 potions seem good. With 10 stacks of spillover, it's minus 300 gold. How do we make that profit? Mass crafting potions is going to be very difficult to achieve profit on. Because concentration crafters can craft them much cheaper. If you're... Because rank 3 potions are going to require you to use all rank 3 herbs, which are very expensive very quickly. What you want to do is start looking at seeing if you can actually use... I'm quite sure, correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm quite sure you've recently watched K-Chak's video on alchemy. You need to look to use as many quality 2 herbs in that as you can while still guaranteeing quality 3. If you happen to have the Goblin Racial, that's definitely going to help you. You can usually take 1 or 2 of the herbs off rank 3 and make them rank 2, which really, really helps. You can also, if you really wish, and when the price is right, take quality 2 herbs and refine them up with your herbalist. That doesn't always work. It works on Team NA. It doesn't often work on Team EU. But yeah, the reality is mass producing anything is going to be difficult to make it profitable, because the price is determined by those who are doing concentration instead, which of course has a much cheaper price. Am I to assume I'm doing spell threads on this dude? Question is which spell thread? Oh my god, my Dawnweave bolts might have actually been my use for concentration on this dude. Whoops. Oh no. Oh, Daybreak spell thread is the moneymaker and I don't have it. Alright, well, I guess my sunset spell threads win. I mean, I use the word win very loosely here. Q1s, I don't have any Q1s. Q2s all the way in mirror powder. Go. That was good enough. We've got a +5 proc on those, don't mind if I do. Alright, let's go do jewel crafting. Any suggestion for finishing reagents? Well, you only want to use finishing reagents where the price is right. Obviously, the finishing reagents are going to cost you something to buy, so they have to add more value than they cost to buy in the first place. But as far as potions are concerned, multi-craft finishing reagent, whatever the name of that is, mirror powder? I can't remember. If you can stack your multi-craft, you'll definitely see advantage from that, but only if the price is right. Ooh, a money craft. It's filled the orders. What do you have? 35 gold for knowledge point. Can't really argue with that. A license and 2 knowledge points claimed. Now screw the rest, they're too expensive. The real tip here is, if in doubt at any point, ask Craft Sim, because when you get comfortable with using Craft Sim, all of these answers, Craft Sim does all the maths for you, so you don't have to. That's kind of the point. Oh, I'm out of Q2 crushed gemstones, apparently. Pretty sure I bought a bunch of that earlier. What's it called? It's not called gem dust, is it? Gemstones, that's the one. $9 gold concentration value, we take those. Oh, and a multi-craft. Oh shit, I ran out of concentration. Alright, whoops. Okay. That's this dude done, I think. Check the pigeon. Send stuff over. Let's not forget to put the rest of these mats in the war bank for our other toons to use. In you go. Did I not hand in my jewel crafting quest? Whoops, let's do that, otherwise I might forget. I want to use Craft Sim to see profit, but many people undercut on the price and it takes so much time to calculate. Buying undercuts to fix the price, and TSM also updates like 30 minutes ago. How do you work with it? Well, what you need to understand is when the margins are that tight, you probably shouldn't be bothering. Let's not forget, there isn't necessarily a way to make everything profitable. It's entirely possible that something just doesn't work, and it's fine to accept that something doesn't work. If you have to, I live by the theory that if you have to wrestle that hard to try and find something that's profitable, you're wasting your time. Go try something else, because you'll spend twice as much time trying to find something that's profitable. You take significantly more risk trying to make that thing work, and when that thing still doesn't work, you've not gained anything. You're kind of just, you're pissing into the wind a little bit. If you have to wrestle that hard to make something profitable, ignore it, move on. That's not to say that it's not profitable for somebody somewhere out there, because nobody does anything for free. But as soon as you have to work that hard to try and find something that's profitable, try something else. If something's not profitable, people won't make it. Not necessarily always true. Because just think about how many times that there's no undo button on crafting. So if you craft something, you can't turn it back into its materials. So you then present yourself with one of two options. You either sell it, and you sell it for less than it cost you to make it, and you take a small loss, or you don't sell it at all. Not selling it at all means you lose 100% of the price. Selling it for 90% of what it cost you means you've only lost 10%. Because there's no undo button, and because so many people try and produce things in bulk, craft things in large quantities, and then don't manage to sell all of them in one go, it means people get left over with stuff that they'll sell it at any price just to get it gone. Because selling it is always better than not selling it. The thing I'd be careful of is the assumption that everybody is crafting something for a profit for a reason.
Be ready.
It's kind of a bad assumption to have because it's not really all that true. Not to mention, there's also players that craft 10 different items across 5 different professions, and as long as they make more gold over here, they can afford to sell the rest of their stuff at a loss and still win. This is also a reason why not everything is profitable all the time. Because a lot of people don't actually need to sell stuff profitably. They might have, let's say somebody crafts 100 potions and they sell the first 20 potions at a huge profit margin because a market was reset. They might have covered the cost of crafting those 100 potions, selling only 20 of them. That means they then have 80 potions that they can sell for much less gold, and they've still won. They've already won. They've already made more gold. And this is what usually happens on reset days, on busy days like Wednesday for in Team EU. Prices often are reset and people make a bunch of gold really quickly. But then it means for the rest of the week, they don't care what they sell it for because they've already made gold. They're good. There's always way more to the story. There's always way more to the story.
Both, I hope.
And it leans back to the same concept that I always try and explain to people, that ignore profit. Like, don't 100% ignore it, but focus on turnover instead. Focus on crafting and selling more things, and as long as you win more often than you lose, you still win. If you and I know the profession system tries to get people to do this. But if you laser focus on one item and you pretend nothing else exists, when that one item doesn't work, you think the whole thing's shit. But there could be 5 other things that make you significantly more gold that you could be doing, that makes up for the fact that, you know, if you lose once or twice, it doesn't matter as long as you win more than you lose. It's a hard concept to get your head around, but once you play with professions enough, once you craft enough different things, once you sell enough different things, you'll see the graph going up. Oh, this dude's an engineer. Ooh. Gross. That said, you can actually still make gold with engineering purely because everybody else thinks it's gross.
You wish to speak?
Kane's with the prime. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Also, time is a factor. Nobody wants to be relisting items for weeks. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. In these... Nowadays, people would much rather post something on the auction house and like log off and then come back. That's the wrong table, isn't it? That's blacksmithing. Whoops. $13 orders? Holy shit. There's got to be something in here. Got to be something in here. He says. I'm missing mats on a few things. Let's ignore that one and ignore that one. We'll do those. What am I missing mats wise? I can probably actually craft the mats I need for this, but... Oh my god, my long boy's not in the bars. Oh my god. Where's my big dong boy? Bruto. Well, I'd have never have been able to craft these potions. Sure. Steal those. Whimsical wirings. I can make some of these myself if needs be. Rank 1 bismuth bolts. I can't make those even if I want to. But if they're cheap right now. I need to remember to make some whimsical wirings. Let's make a bunch of these. New patch coming, and they've nerfed multi-craft and bus resourcefulness. What do I think about that? Asher on Team YouTube already. Scrub back to the beginning of the stream. I went into a lot of detail about that at the beginning of the stream. In essence, I think it's not going to make much difference at all. It doesn't change anything particularly, other than it just brings the numbers a bit closer together. It means it matters less what spec, you know, if you choose to spec into ingenuity, multi-craft, resourcefulness, it now won't matter anywhere near as much. Today, if you can multi-craft something and you spec into resourcefulness, you've categorically done it wrong. You'll be way off the mark in terms of crafting costs if you've spec'd the wrong way. If they bring resourcefulness and multi-craft closer together, even if people make that mistake, they won't lose quite as much. So it's a safety net thing, really, bringing those two numbers together. But for most people, it won't make a blind bit of difference. Is the TLDR. I need to get some resourcefulness tools on my crafters for filling these orders, honestly. I have no idea where I'm going to be throwing concentration on this dude. Oh, there's a mailbox right here. That's handy. Quick scan because I've got no idea where the best use is on this. It's usually those beacon jobbies, whatever they're called. How's life been since the longest boy acquisition? This is the first time I've really spent much time playing World of Warcraft in about a week, so I must admit I got it and I haven't really particularly used it all that much. But with not streaming for a few days, I also wasn't playing much World of Warcraft either. Now I wish you could rename your mounts even more. I want my Bruto to be named Dongus. Check out my Dong Boy. Complicated fuse box, 33 gold per concentration spent. I think that's probably dodgy maths somewhere, isn't it? That screams dodgy maths. What's going on here then? This is hella dodgy maths. This had its price reset on Q3s, yeah. It's had its price reset on Q3s. Sure. I mean, it might be funny to craft a couple of them just to try and capitalise on that. It wouldn't surprise me if the price has already come back to normality, but let's humour it for at least a craft. Something like that. There we go. That was a good guess, wasn't it? We'll humour it for one craft, but we'll spend the rest of it where it's more sensible. Chaos modules. Oh, I'm out of chaos circuits. Can I make some chaos circuits? Do I have any null stones? Chaos circuits. I've got some null stones apparently. Here's an interesting question. No. Go on, multicraft. Go on, multicraft. Hey, there we go. Win. Bingo. 178. Oh, we can make a few of these. Oh, boom. More winning. Ooh, question time, question time, question time. Okay, we'll make more of these. Double multicraft procs? Okay, we'll quit while we're ahead. What's next on the list? Energy redistribution beacons. Need more chaos circuits. I've only got one null stone left. Bless me. Bless me. Never lucky. I need some more null stones. Don't know what Asman and his fans are yapping about. I worked hard for making gold, and that mount is a very nice reward for me for all the work. Also, I play on Dead Realm, so it cost me a bit less than the 2 mil. Well, without question, the new Longboy is contentious. It's very contentious. The fact that they chose to put a $90 price tag on it you know, there's no question it's quite contentious. Yes, you can earn gold in the game, and then you can use that gold to purchase it. And you know, that's true to say for all of the store mounts. But there's no denying it's contentious. It's contentious simply from the fact that it's a 20th anniversary event. They just released what was an absolutely shit show of a patch, and then they drop a $90 store mount. It's not very difficult to be pissed off about that. But at the same time, if you have been working on, you know, making it's difficult because everybody this is what Blizzard has a problem with when it comes to its reward structure in general. Blizzard have this real problem that when they put rewards in the game in some way, shape or form, it's very possible that everybody wants that reward, but not everybody wants to do the thing that gets them the reward. This is a huge problem generally that Blizzard has that they've never really been able to fix, and is probably not possible to fix, because given the chance, everybody would love everything for free. Of course they would. But Blizzard's problem is that when they put a reward that everybody wants, and not everybody is willing to do the thing that gets them that reward, they naturally just complain about it. And they'll pick holes in the system as a way to complain about it. Blizzard doesn't make that thing any easier for themselves, though. They could have just as easily put it on a vendor for gold, right? They could have looked at, right, what's a $90 mount cost in terms of gold? Oh, it's about 2 million. They could have just as easily put it on a vendor for 2 million. People would have still bought tokens, swiped credit card, bought tokens, got gold, bought it from a vendor. People would have still done exactly the same thing, but by putting it on a vendor in the game, it eliminates that kind of like, it eliminates that cash grab aspect to it. So it really kind of surprises me that they didn't just put it on a vendor for a big price. But when they put it on a vendor for a big price, then it naturally also then is going to be compared even more so to the original one, and the original one was 5 mil. If they put it on a vendor in the game and they put it for 2 mil, like, I don't know, they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Anytime they were to add this mount back into the game in any way, shape or form, they were going to piss somebody off. So I'm quite sure Blizzard looked at this from the perspective and like, well, if we're going to piss people off by giving people what they want, we might as well piss people off and make money at the same time. Because there was never a scenario they could have added that into the game and it wouldn't have pissed people off. They could have even given it to everybody for free, and that would have still pissed people off, because it would have pissed the people off that's had spent the 5 million gold one way back in BFA. It would piss people off that recently bought it on the black market auction house for 10 million gold. There was no, even giving it to everybody for free, there was no way that the internet wouldn't have exploded with that mount being added to the game. I don't think. Try and suggest something, if you can think of something, that would have made it so that they could have added that to the game without it causing outcry. There basically wasn't any. So they might as well make money from doing it, right? You know, if they're going to get some negative press by doing something like adding that in. The only counter argument to all of this is that maybe they just shouldn't have done it. But I don't know. It also made an awful lot of people very, very happy. So I equally don't think not doing it would have either have been the right answer. So rock in a hard place, really. $5 million from a vendor. Who does that upset? It would have upset people even more. 5 million from a vendor would most definitely have upset people even more. The amount is specifically targeted towards goal makers. Why regular players would even care for the mount, whose biggest value is saving you 10 to 20 seconds going to the auction house and table hopping. Very weird for me personally. There's lots of mounts that I don't care for even in the slightest, but some of those still have value. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of mounts that have prestige. Prestige is something that's very difficult to attach a value to. But you know, look how many mounts still go for gold cap on the black market auction house. It's quite a few. It's genuinely quite a few. But yeah, I know it sounds a little bit gross, but I think Blizzard were stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they were like, "Well, fuck it, we'll make money." People were outraged for a few days, and like most things on the internet, it blows over. It's one of those controversies that's not actually a controversy. You know, it's not going to have any long-term negative effects. So they were just like, well, fuck it, we'll take a PR hit and we'll make money at the same time. Why not? Birthday event is one of the few occasions where it does not 100% look like a cash grab. $90 is actually cheap if you compare it against the original 5 mil. Yeah, this is it. Like I said, I'm relatively sure that they were fundamentally stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's no way they could have added that mount to the game without somebody being pissed off somewhere. The internet was clearly going to explode. There's a concept that any news is good news in marketing, by the way. Let me just point that out. You know, Blizzard putting a like. I want to just throw it out there. Now, I can't really quantify this, but I wonder, and I strongly wonder, how many people resubbed to the game to buy that mount. Because I genuinely think that a lot of people who may not have been playing World of Warcraft right now will have resubbed to get that mount. Due to the fact that FOMO is a thing. I'm pretty sure that there'll be a lot of people that will have resubbed just to get that mount. So from a marketing perspective, the negative press around it is actually only gone to help make Blizzard even more money. Quite clear, you know, it becoming quote unquote mainstream gaming media news that Blizzard are selling a $90 mount will have spread the word so far and wide that it probably ultimately led to Blizzard making yet even more money out of it. I made a fresh Battle.net just to have another. Gifted it with 1.6 million gold. Easy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was an odd one. But like I said, on the premise of the fact that there's no real long-term negative side effects to any of the positive or negative feelings floating around the internet about this mount, I'm in no way, shape or form surprised that Blizzard did what they did. Ooh, ingenious breakthrough. Only refunds 50% though. One more. Okay, that's engineering done. This dude has enchanting as well. Apart from game time, I can never find anything to spend my gold on, so I'm pleased. Yeah. I got 3 minutes until this vial expires. Let me actually focus for 10 seconds and get this done, so I gain advantage from that. Are those the buttons? Nearly. You're one of them. That should be the buttons, right? There's the buttons. Go. We got 5 crafts. Oh my god, 3 for 3. Hacks on. 4 for 4. I've run out of gleaming shards. Ran out of gleaming shards. Don't move, don't move, don't move. That's not how you spell gleaming. Is it A? Right, I've got 4 enchants and I haven't used any concentration yet. One of you, one of you, one of you. No, you're Q3s. You're randomly one of them because you're there, you're there. Is that it? What have I done wrong there? Oh yeah, I haven't pressed the concentrate button for starters. Yeah, okay, right, go. Okay, 1, 2. Three. 4. I got ingenuity for concentration for 1 more. Concentration for 1 more. Boom. There we go. 13. I'll take 13. That's a win. Don't forget, 78 euros is a lot in some countries. They need to find a sweet spot for everybody. Well, Blizzard has localized pricing most places, I think, don't they now? Or do they not? I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. It depends. Like, my opinions on this changes depending on how I'm thinking at the time. If you catch me with my business brain on, I'll give you the business answer. Which is usually along the lines of, well, the business gets to charge what they want for the product that they're selling. And ultimately, value is one of those things that is subjective. You know, Dubai oil tycoons would think that 78,000 euros is basically free. Yet, if you live under a bridge, then 78 euros is probably more money than you own. You know, it's in that regards, it becomes very difficult. If you ask consumer Mantheus, I think charging more than the entire price of the game for a single item in the game is actually fucking mental. But I don't not understand why they do it. I fully understand why they do it. There's definitely part of me that wishes they wouldn't do it. Because one thing I do know is that when companies get away with doing something like this once, they will then often go on to do it again and again and again until the outcry becomes so large that it doesn't work anymore. So yeah. Alright, let's get these items in the bank.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Nice. Did I not do the engineering quest? Oh, I did it. I just didn't hand it in again. Whoops.
The winds guide you.
There is part of me, charge more, Blizzard, we need to hire this guy. There's part of me, right, that thinks that if businesses these days if businesses needed to create money to put it back into the product, that charging an outrageous amount of money, this is kind of the concept in gaming of hunting for whales, right? So that you basically try and find a handful of people who will spend an ungodly amount of money playing your video game, buying your cosmetics, buying your microtransactions. The people who are willing to pay those outrageous prices, in theory, generate enough revenue for the company to fund the development of the game. But unfortunately, it doesn't actually work that way. All of the money that Blizzard make from selling a $90 mount isn't going to get injected back into making the game better. No. All it does is bump the share price and make the shareholders more money. And it gets paid out in terms of dividends because of a profitable quarter. This is why if you were a small indie game developer, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with, let's say you price your game in the $20 range, which is like indie game range. If you price your game at $20, but you have something in the game that is like a $500 cosmetic whale bait thing, if enough people buy your whale bait thing and it makes that company enough revenue to pump back into the game so that nobody else needs to pay for any microtransactions ever, that's a net positive. The only issue is business is not done that way. And at a scale that Blizzard does business is absolutely, definitely not done that way. This is where a lot of the counter arguments can come for this sort of stuff. Do I like $90 mounts in World of Warcraft? No, not particularly. Did I buy this one? Yes, because it directly benefits me and it was worth it to me. If they were to add another $90 mount into the game in some other way, shape or form, would I want it? Probably not. Would I be more negatively opposed to other $90 mounts in the game? Probably. So yeah, I don't know. Mixed emotions. Assembly machines, $3.99 for a 20-pack. Now that's just a cash grab though, isn't it? That's the kind of concept where it's just a cash grab. Factorio is one of those games where I'd happily, if there was a founder's pack or something for it, take my money. That game has provided me so much enjoyment over so many thousands of hours that just take my money. But they're at a scale where indie games can sometimes do this. This is how Path of Exile did so well in the early days, right? Path of Exile had a reasonably good monetization model. They provide the game to everybody for free, and they provide you some quality of life perks in terms of more bag space and that sort of stuff. And there was always their founders packs that got really expensive. The handful of people that were super obsessed with the Path of Exile that bought those basically were funding the fact that the game was free for everybody else. And it worked well enough for a long enough time that they're now making Path of Exile 2, and in their industry are probably one of the leading games, maybe excluding Diablo franchise. But there is always right ways and wrong ways to do monetization in that regard. But that worked because the game was free for everybody, right? The transaction, not even the transaction, the transparency of that business model was very clear. They have a few things that don't really provide you an advantage in the game, but are to attract the hardcore fans of the game. But the sale of those allowed everybody else to be able to experience the game for free. Blizzard's problem is that they put a $90 mount in the game while simultaneously charging you to buy the game in the first place and charging you a subscription to continue playing the game that you've theoretically bought in the first place. So they're double dipping you on price in the first... Like, if the game was free and they put $90 mounts in the game, people are like, oh, well, the $90 mounts help pay for the game. But Blizzard's like triple, quadruple dipping you, which is why people get pissed. It's not this instead of this. Blizzard wants all of it, which is what pisses people off very clearly. In the week after they release an absolute buggy mess of a 20th year anniversary event, yes. Very problematic. Very problematic. €70 in Lithuania is not the same as €70 in Germany. No, absolutely. Absolutely not. But this is why I do think Blizzard should have localized pricing. But once again, I understand why they don't. Because they've had this problem before. That like if they price the games super cheap in one region, then everybody buys the game from that region. What up, doggo? Is it that time of the day? Have I been playing video games too long today? Come here. No? You're not going to say hi? Come here. Doggo's being silly. Right, boys and girls, I think I've been told it's time to go for a walk, I think. I wasn't really planning on streaming today. I was meant to be taking a few days off, but either way. I'm going to leave it there for today. We'll be back on Monday. We'll probably jump on the PTR on Monday, I think. We'll have a little bit of a look at what this new island is, some of the new concepts there. We'll have a little poke around with it. All right, doggo, all right, chill, relax. Yeah, enjoy your weekend, boys and girls. Thanks for stopping by. Like I said, it was pretty impromptu today, but I had a blast. Good chats, always good chats. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good weekend. I'll see you Monday. Peace.